This time, I'd like to call the Nash County Board of Commissioners meeting for May the 4th to order. And it's customary for the Board of Commissioners to begin each of our meetings in the chambers with a prayer by a commissioner. If during this time, of course, a lot of us are at home and various other places throughout the building, but wherever you may be this morning, if you wish to stand and join us in this prayer, you're welcome to do that. If you wish to use this time maybe to have your own prayer, you're welcome to do that, or maybe to use it for a moment of silence for anything that may be on your mind today. So at this time, I'd like to call on Commissioner Dan Combe to do the invocation, and then Commissioner Wayne Outlaw will be doing the Pledge of Allegiance immediately thereafter. Commissioner Combs?
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, Lord. We thank you for all your many blessings, Lord. Lord, we come to you at this time, Lord, in our country and our world, and when we're seeing a situation that we've never seen before, Lord, we just pray and that you would take this virus away, Lord, and we know that you can do that, Lord, if it is through the hands of doctors and scientists, and we can control this virus, Lord, and just help us to know every day that you are in control, Lord, and we don't need to take it for granted that we can handle this thing without you. Lord, we just pray now that you would be with us this morning, Lord. We just pray that you would be with us as we conduct the business of Nash County, and we pray, Lord, that everything we do and say here today would be in your glory and for the benefit of the citizens of Nash County. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Would you join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For those of us that are joining us maybe live this morning on TV or YouTube, I think back at the time, the first of the year, that the Board of Commissioners decided to have the staff look into having our meetings live, online for people to look at them. Certainly, we didn't have the foresight to know what we'd be dealing with in April and May, as we are here now, and I'm really glad this board had the foresight to move forward with that, and so the people in the county could still join us and see what we're doing here at each of our Board of Commissioners. And I want to thank the staff that really got on that and got it where it could be done. Actually, they did it in about 30 days, I think, in 2 steps, but it's certainly useful in this day and time. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from April. We had 2 meetings, one here in a similar fashion, and just for the benefit of the public, what the Nash County Board of Commissioners and staff are doing now is, of course, we're following the guidelines given to us by our governor, which states that in an assembly like this, we should have no more than 10 people present at the time. And if you choose to count, if you're watching us, we do have 10 in the room. The Board of Commissioners are in the room, as well as our manager and our clerk to the board. And what we will be doing is bringing in presenters from staff or from public, one at a time. And we learned last month that our manager, Mr. Lamb, was very good at cleaning the podium up between each speaker, so he's volunteered to do that again today, but you'll see those coming in. Takes a little bit longer maybe to conduct the meetings, but of course, the Board of Commissioners are certainly going to follow any guidelines that are given to us by the state of North Carolina, since we are an entity under the state of North Carolina. So I do continue to get calls. Had another one yesterday or last night from someone that wants to know why Nash County will not open the county back up. But I assure the public, if we had that right, we would look at it. I'm not knowing exactly what we would do. We'd follow the guidelines of Mr. Hill, our health director, and the professionals that know a lot more about this than we do. But the facts are we have to wait until the state and the governor tell us what to do next. And of course, we have another milestone on that coming up this Friday, and we'll see what happens then. But we are on item number 4 this morning, approval of the minutes, and we had 2, as I said. One of them was a regular meeting, and then one of them was a teleconference that we had on just a couple of short matters that we had to take care of after a school board meeting. At this time, I would assume maybe that the members have looked at the minutes, and I'll ask for a motion to approve the minutes or any corrections or additions we need to make for those minutes, and we'll take both of them together if we
Mr.
could.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Did the recess meetings indicate the vote?
They did.
Or did it just, because I attempted to pull it up last night and didn't get it.
Yeah, they did indicate the vote, yes, sir.
It indicated the vote?
It did, and who made the motion? So it was just like a regular meeting, Mr. Belfield.
Okay,
So,
all right. It's okay.
okay. Any other questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion for approval or corrections.
So moved.
I got a motion, was that you, Ms. Leggett? Was Ms. Richardson?
I think it was Wayne and
That
Dan.
way. All right.
3 or 4 did it.
Kind of hard to tell. Motion by
Whoever.
Commissioner Outlaw and a second by which commissioner?
Dan.
Dan, okay. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Both sets of minutes stand approved. I apologize, I can't quite tell where they're coming from over the intercom like it is, or over the speakers. Now we are in the section, item 5, which is public comment. The Board of Commissioners adopted a policy that would allow us to fall under the guidelines or follow those guidelines given to us by the state. And what we are doing now is accepting any public comment by email that should be here. Before the meeting starts, we post 30 minutes, but we just checked again 5 minutes ago, and we did not have any this morning. If you wish to have a public comment, what you would do is send us an email, and that address is posted on the web page. And if you would do that, we would have a staff member to read it, and then we would take the normal procedure that we would do if you were here in person. And hopefully before too long, you'll be here in person. It's not customary for the Board of Commissioners to address a public comment that day simply because we feel like it's best to have the staff member research anything that may be on your mind first, and then we would give you a much more accurate answer. But the only thing the board would tell you is that we would promise you we would get back with you on anything that you bring before the board in a pretty short period of time. So having none, I'll move on to item number 6, which is a public hearing, and I'd ask Adam Tyson, our planning director, to enter the room and make this presentation. Morning, Mr. Tyson.
Good morning. This is the first of 2 planning items on your agenda this morning. You'll recall that these are holdovers from last month's agenda. There was some difficulty with the required legal notice being published at the appropriate time, but those issues have been fixed this month, and so we are cleared to proceed. This first item is a general rezoning, and I'll advance to the map. You have an aerial photo on the left side of your screen that indicates the subject property, the entire lot in red, and then there is a dashed line down the center of the lot. Well, not really the center, but it's the eastern or right-hand portion that is up for rezoning this morning. This is a 0.24 acre eastern portion of an overall 0.34 acre lot. It's owned by Gail Grimes and Anita Liverman. It's located on the north side of White Oak Road, which is off of East NC Highway 97, which you can see runs north to south on the left side of the map there. It was surveyed back in November 1963, and that is a copy of the survey to the right with the subject lot highlighted in yellow right there. It's not located in a regulated floodplain. It is in the Tar-Pamlico River Basin and the WS4 PA Watershed Protection Overlay District. If I proceed to the next slide, you'll see that that lot is actually split between 2 different zoning jurisdictions. The western or left-hand portion, which is about a 1/10 of an acre, is zoned R20, medium-density residential. That's the lighter green color. And the eastern portion, which is about 0.24 acres, is zoned R30. That's the darker green. And so this lot happens to exist on the boundary between those two districts. This R20 is a corridor that was established along the Highway 97, and it was measured a certain number of feet back from the right-of-way on either side of the road, which is why this zoning boundary conforms to the road shape, but not to the actual property shape. The rezoning request brought to you this morning has been applied for by A.H. Brown Builders, LLC. That's the prospective developer of the property, as well as the current property owners who are joint applicants for general rezoning request Z200-301. And the request is to rezone that eastern portion, which is currently R30, to be R20. So basically, we would be dragging this lighter colored green to fill the entire property and go over to the eastern property boundary. The purpose of the request is to, as I just explained, address this split zoning by subjecting that lot to a single zoning district so that it has one set of land use and dimensional standards that it has to abide by. And then also, it will provide a slight decrease of the required minimum building setbacks on that eastern side, which we're requesting a rezoning of. The R20 zoning district is, as defined by the ordinance, primarily intended to accommodate single-family detached dwellings, Class A manufactured homes, and two-family dwellings in areas where public water and/or public sewer services are available, or where soil characteristics allow for medium-density development. In the report, you have an excerpt from the Unified Development Ordinance Table of Permitted Uses, which highlights the differences in land uses from the R20 and the R30. Every line that is highlighted in yellow is a change. You'll notice that there are several land uses that are permitted in the proposed R20 that are not permitted in the current R30, including boarding and rooming houses, congregate care facilities, and manufactured home parks. That, in this particular case, is mostly a moot point, however, because of this lot's status as what we call a legal non-conforming lot. It is so small, it does not have the square footage to be compliant with either zoning district. Of course, the R20 requires 20,000 square feet per lot, and the R30 requires 30,000 square feet per lot, and this lot has about 14,800. It's legal because it was created prior to the institution of our ordinance, but it's non-conforming because of that small size. And so regardless of which zoning district it ends up in, its development is going to be limited to one home that will house a single family only. There are some options for that home. It could be stick-built, modular, or a double-wide manufactured home. And I should note that double-wide manufactured homes are permitted in both zoning districts, the current and the proposed. So that would not be a change from its current status. I mentioned earlier there will be a slight decrease in the applicable building setbacks, and there's a table in your report that notes that it would decrease it by about 5 feet on the front and rear, and by 3 feet on the side. And if we go back to the shape of the lot, you'll notice that the right-hand side there, that is where the setback would be slightly reduced by 3 feet if the rezoning was adopted. The two tools we use to consider every rezoning, of course, are our land development plan and then concerns about spot zoning. The request is consistent with the land development plan because this area is designated as suburban growth area. You can see that in the yellow color on the right-hand map on the side of your screen there. Everything in that yellow color is designated suburban growth area, and of course that's a much larger area that encompasses much more area than what we're looking at the map there. The land development plan explicitly supports rezoning a property in this area to the requested R20 district where both public water and sewer service are available. And of course, Nash County has public water and sewer service available to this lot via an existing 6-inch water line and an existing 8-inch gravity sewer line that is within the road right-of-way of White Oak Road in here. The request would not be considered spot zoning simply because we're not creating an isolated spot of R20 We're simply expanding that already existing boundary, which covers the western portion of the lot, to cover the remainder of the lot. So it would not by any definition be spot zoning. The the Technical Review Committee considered this request on February 28th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered it on March 16th. There were no members of the public other than the applicant present to address the board with regard to the request. And the Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of Consistency Statement A, finding the request to be reasonable, in the public interest, consistent with the recommendations of the Land Development Plan, and not spot zoning. And number 2, they recommended approval of the request itself. This will be a two-motion process, as you can see from your staff report. First, the board will need to adopt a consistency statement in preparation for either approval or denial. And then secondly, you'll need to have a second motion to approve or deny the zoning map amendment itself. Mr. Andy Brown, who is a representative of the applicant and is the prospective developer, is waiting out in the hall to address you during the public hearing. And before we get to that, I'll be glad to take any questions that you have on the staff report.
Any questions of Mr. Tyson by Commissioner at this time?
Yeah, how did that property end up with 2 zones? Because of a street line?
Yep, when this corridor of R20 was established along Highway 97, and I believe it goes all the way to the north to the edge of the city of Rocky Mount jurisdiction, and then it stops at, I want to say, Tarboro Road, somewhere down here to the south. But it was evidently defined as a set distance off of either side of the road right-of-way. And so it did not necessarily align with the actual property lines of the properties because of the irregular shape. And so I suspect that this is a set distance off the edge of the road right-of-way, and it just happened to encompass about, 1/10 of the lot and leave the rest in the surrounding R30 zoning district.
Other questions? Mr. Tyson, the fact that it doesn't meet R20 either, what does it do for him to go to R20? I mean,
The only practical change would be a slight decrease in the building setbacks that would provide him a slight bigger building envelope.
okay, I see now.
I think that's the major benefit of it.
Right, just setbacks, I got you. Okay, if there's no other questions, at this time, I would entertain a motion to go into a public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in public hearing, and if anyone is here that wishes to speak on this general rezoning request, we'd be glad to hear from you at this time.
I'm going to step out and allow
Okay.
the applicant to step in.
Gotcha. Mr. Tyson, let me know if you have someone else after him also.
Okay. We don't have anybody else.
Okay. Mr. Lamb? Hold up just a second there, sir. Bragged on him and then he let me down.
Take that out of his pay.
If you don't do good, he'll give it to me next month.
All right. Good morning, sir. If you would state your name and address for the record.
It's Andy Brown, 6315 Riverwalk Drive, Rocky Mount.
Good morning, Dan.
Good morning.
How you doing, Andy?
Good, good.
Of course, we're in public hearing now, and if there's any comments you'd like to make in favor or against this particular rezoning, and I wouldn't think you'd be against it, but just give us anything you wish for us to hear.
Well, basically, the reason for the rezoning was this is such a small lot, and it's oddly shaped. The left-hand property line is fairly short, and I'm looking at putting a house on the lot, and the setbacks, if we went to the R20, would allow me just a little bit more room, and it's such a small lot, I was hoping that, the setbacks would be beneficial to the lot, helping me sell it, and for future people that may want to put a garage or something on it, it would help them. I'm just trying to squeeze every square foot out of the lot. That's basically what it boils down to. It's so small and it's irregularly shaped.
I guess you're fortunate to have water and sewer both available at that location. so you
Tickled to
can't do
death to find out it was there.
that. Right. Yep. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Brown from board members? We thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Andy. He didn't touch it. He didn't touch it.
Now county manager has a new job.
No other speakers? No, sir. Okay, this time I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
I got a motion by Commissioner Bellfield, second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? As Mr. Tyson said, this is a two-step process. Is it any other question by a commissioner now, after the public hearing? Seeing none, it's a two-step process. I would entertain a motion at this time for one of the consistency statements, along with the items stated under that.
Move for adoption of consistency statement A for approval.
I have a motion to approve consistency statement A for approval with the items listed under that. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Richardson. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. And with that, I'd entertain a motion for the rezoning itself.
Move for approval of the rezoning request.
I have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw for the rezoning request. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Rezoning stands approved. Mr. Tyson, I think you have the next item as well, item number 7 on the agenda, which is a UDO text amendment for event and conference venues, and we proceed in having you present that to the board, Mr. Tyson.
Okay. As the board is aware, we use the table of permitted uses in our ordinance to define any proposed use of land with a certain category that would be comparable within that table. The table does not currently include a use that is comparable to an event and conference venue. The most similar permitted land use would be private club or recreation facility. However, when you look at the definition of that use, it is really associated with amateur sport or hobby membership clubs and not an actual venue for events such as what's being proposed by our applicant this morning. Whenever a land use is not specifically listed in that table and we can't determine it to be similar to another one in the table, then the appropriate action is to consider a text amendment to add that land use. And so that's the action that we're considering this morning. The applicant is Mr. Turner Votipka. He's the owner of a property here in Nash County that he desires to develop as an event and conference venue. When he approached our department, it became clear that a text amendment would be the first step in that process before we consider any specific proposals for his particular property. Therefore, he's collaborated with the planning staff and the technical review committee to submit this text amendment request. It would define event and conference venue as a land use. It would permit its development in the A1 agricultural, RC rural commercial, and GC general commercial zoning districts with the required issuance of a conditional use permit by this board. And it would establish related development standards that the proposal would have to meet. We've based this text amendment on zoning requirements that we found in effect for similar land uses in other surrounding counties, including Franklin County, Pitt County, and Wake County. And those other county requirements that we used as examples are included at the end of your staff report this morning. The text amendment we'll look at on screen. One thing I should note is that the applicant, whose property is located in Commissioner Outlaw's district, has had some ongoing dialogue with Commissioner Outlaw since the planning board reviewed it. And based on some suggestions made by Mr. Outlaw, the applicant has made some changes to his proposal. all of those changes are more restrictive than what was considered by the planning board. But when you see something highlighted on your screen or in your report, that means that that is a recent change that's been proposed by the applicant since the planning board looked at it. And so I'll try to explain those and highlight those as we go. The first section of the proposal is to define the actual land use. And the definition that we have here is based and is really a duplicate of the definition currently used by Wake County. It defines event and conference venue as an establishment that is available to the general public for hosting weddings, receptions, conferences, parties, business meetings, social gatherings, and similar indoor or outdoor events. The second section of the text amendment is for Article 9 of our ordinance, and it addresses the permitted use table. And so what you see before you is the proposed entry into the permitted use table for this land use. It would be categorized as a recreational land use. It would be permitted in the A1, the RC, and the GC, and it would only be permitted with the issuance of a conditional use permit. And that means that a conditional use permit application would have to be submitted. First, the staff would be tasked with making sure that that proposal meets the development standards that we're going to consider next. It would go for a public meeting before the planning board, before finally being the subject of a quasi-judicial public hearing to be held by this board. That is the most detailed review process that we have in the county for a proposed land use. And because we are, for lack of a better word, experimenting with event and conference venues for the first time in rural Nash County, both the staff and the applicant felt that it was appropriate to provide as much oversight for the development process as possible. And so that's why you see the conditional use permit being required. You'll note that the applicant's original proposal included the OI office and institutional zoning district, which also would have been proposed with a conditional use permit. However, that's been struck through and removed from this version by the applicant. The other advantage of having this be a conditional use permit process is that it will allow the board to negotiate or suggest or require additional conditions over and above the basic standards that we're going to look at adopting today in order to make sure that a particularly proposed event and conference venue is harmonious with the surrounding area that it's proposed in. So it provides some flexibility to place some additional requirements once you have the opportunity to look at the specifically proposed site. The final and third section of I should also mention that as you're well aware from every time we do a conditional use permit for a solar farm, there are 4 standards that are set out in the ordinance that the board will have to make sure that the proposal meets. Number 1, the development will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Number 2, it will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Number 3, it will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. And number 4, it will be in general conformity with the land development plan or other plans officially adopted by the board. And so those are 4 standard conditions that every conditional use permit must meet, and the board will be required to adopt findings supporting its decision that it does meet all 4 of those standards. So now we move on to the third and final section of the text amendment, which is the list of development standards that would be required each time one of these land uses is proposed. Under A, it simply lists the zoning districts in which these standards would be required. And you'll note that the O&I district has been struck through and removed by the applicant. B, the minimum area. The event and conference venue shall be located on a property with a lot area of at least, it was previously 5 acres. It has now been revised upward to require a minimum of 10 acres in order for the property to be eligible. And what that does is it ensures that property that would be proposed for one of these land uses is most likely not located in a residential subdivision and would have to be in more of a rural type setting if it's 10 acres would be the general assumption than a smaller lot that would be like the originally proposed 5 acres. The third requirement, principal access to the event and conference venue must be from a paved collector or higher capacity road. That, again, is something that we duplicated from other counties' requirements, and also we had some specific input from our local NCDOT district engineer, particularly on the requirement that it be a paved collector or higher capacity road, because there are a number of state-maintained roads in the rural county jurisdiction that are not paved. And they preferred that this sort of land use not be located on one of those. The next section has to do with separation distances. The primary structures used to host events and/or any outdoor event use area shall be located, A, no closer than 300 feet to the property line of an immediately adjacent agriculturally zoned, residentially zoned, and/or residentially used property, unless the property already includes a legally established commercial or industrial land use. So what that means is if the property is zoned A1 or any of our R zones, or regardless of the zoning, if that property has an existing dwelling located somewhere on it, the actual building or outdoor area that would be designated for events has to be a minimum of 300 feet from that adjacent property line. And then the very last portion of that sentence, unless the property already includes a legally established commercial or industrial land use, that is an attempt to account for certain locations throughout the county where you have, again, what we call a legal non-conforming commercial or industrial land use. A land use that might typically only be allowed in a commercial or industrial zoning district, but by virtue of being established prior to the county adopted zoning regulations, is currently grandfathered in and located in a residential or agricultural zone. Then section B, the actual building or outdoor event area should be no closer than 50 feet to the property line of an immediately adjacent office and institutionally, commercially, and/or industrially zoned or used property, provided that the property is not residentially used. And so you have two standards, 300 feet for those properties that would be less compatible, residential, agricultural, or 50 feet for those properties that would tend to be more compatible, commercial or industrially zoned. The next standard, parking spaces and loading areas may be located within the required separation distance. So the 50 or the 300 feet would only apply to the actual building or the outdoor area where the event is to be handled or to be held, and would not apply to the parking area. Number 3, accessory structures with a gross floor area of less than 600 square feet should be located in accordance with the standard minimum building setbacks required in the underlying zoning district. This would typically be like a detached storage shed or storage building. Because there would be no event activity located within that structure, we felt it was appropriate to apply the same regular accessory structure setbacks to that particular building and not to make it subject to either the 300 or the 50-foot separation distance. The next standard has to do with noise. Noise generated by the event and conference venue shall be in accordance with the Nash County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 18, Article 3, noise. You'll notice that instead of adopting a particular standard, in our discussions, we decided that local law enforcement is better equipped to address noise violations than the planning staff, which would likely occur outside of our normal business hours and be difficult for us to verify. And so included in your ordinance today is a copy of the noise ordinance, which is enforced by the sheriff's office. Just in summary, the noise ordinance prohibits, quote, loud and raucous noise as a public nuisance, including electronically amplified sound or music that, quote, annoys, disturbs, injures, or endangers the comfort, health, peace, or safety of reasonable persons of ordinary sensibilities within the county limits. And that is specified in the ordinance, particularly before 6:30 a.m. or after 9:30 p.m. Monday through Saturday, or before 8 o'clock a.m. or after 6 o'clock p.m. on Sunday. And then, of course, violations of the noise ordinance are punishable as a Class 3 criminal misdemeanor. Section F refers to the parking. Adequate parking spaces to accommodate the use of the event and conference venue should be provided in accordance with the basic standard parking requirements of the ordinance. Those requirements typically require the designation of one parking space per each 5 people. That would be based on the total design capacity of the building that's used to host events. It also specifies that paving of the parking spaces shall not be required due to their irregular use for events, and irregular in this case means non-daily. The ordinance provides this for churches, private clubs, or nonprofit organizations that typically don't have traffic every day of the week like a commercial or industrial operation would. The final section there has to do with screening. All structures, outdoor use areas, or parking and loading areas associated with the event and conference venue and located within 100 feet of an immediately adjacent lot that is agriculturally zoned, residentially zoned, and/or residentially used shall be screened in accordance with section 11-3.3B. This is simply invoking the standard screening requirement that we have between a residentially used property and a commercial or industrial operation. It's a 25-foot required buffer, and then there are planting requirements within that buffer to create a hedge or screen that will go together to visually obscure the use from the adjacent property. And then there are also some alternative methods such as opaque fences between 5 and 6 feet high that can be used in place of the screening in order to obscure visually that use from the surrounding properties. And so even though you'll note earlier in the ordinance that the parking areas are permitted to be within the 50 or 300-foot setback that applies to the actual event center, those parking areas would have to be screened if they're located within 100 feet of that adjacent property line, if it's zoned agricultural, residential, or happens to have a dwelling on it. As I noted, this is simply a text amendment to establish some standards for this use. And so if this amendment were approved, then the applicant would need to come before you again to actually rezone the property that he has in mind and apply for the conditional use permit. And at that time, you would have the opportunity to review a specific site plan that shows a layout for that property. And again, the opportunity to add additional conditions over and above what's proposed in the basic standards we're considering adopting today. The Technical Review Committee reviewed this amendment back on February 28th. And again, I'll note they reviewed a less restrictive version that did not include the yellow highlighted additions that have been made. However, they did recommend approval. The Planning Board also reviewed the less restrictive version on March 16th and voted unanimously to recommend Consistency Statement A, which is in support of approval. And then they actually voted unanimously again to recommend approval of the text amendment itself. This, like your last item, is a 2-motion process. The board will need to adopt a consistency statement first, either for approval or denial, and then in a second separate motion actually approve or deny the text amendment. Mr. Turner Votipka, who is the applicant bringing this amendment before you this morning, is present and ready to address you during the public hearing. And before we do that, I'll be glad to take any questions that you have on the staff report.
Any question for board members at this time of Mr. Tyson?
Yes.
Mr. Belfield?
I think I know what social gathering is, but define what you mean here. In listing social gatherings as a part of what can be carried out at this.
I would, typically I would imagine events like weddings, family reunions, meetings. For instance, you know, the Board of Commissioners has oftentimes had a budget retreat at a local facility that is not unlike what we're proposing. I don't know that I could offer you a lot more other than the definition that we reviewed.
This weddings and all that, then you, at the end there you said, and social gatherings. So I was just wondering.
I think that was probably intended to be, we don't want to overly narrowly define the types of events that could be held at that facility. And so it was probably an attempt to be rather generally open to different types of events, as long as they're held either within the building itself or within the designated outdoor area that's a specified distance from the adjacent property.
It could be things like you said, reunions, high school reunions, family reunions. That's what I consider a social type gathering.
Right.
Outlaw, I'm sure it would be what you or your people rent your Rulton Club for
That's
many times.
exactly right.
Particularly the one up at Dorchester before it was done away with. A lot of birthday parties, that kind of thing, Mr.
Right.
Bellfield. Any other questions, Mr. Bellfield?
Mr. Chairman, I've got.
No, my only concern is that, we don't want to get into something and get the community and neighborhood start complaining about what activities
Right.
are being held there. And,
One thing I failed to mention is that the board has considered previous text amendments for a similar land use. And you might recall that that was in response to some complaints for the facility known as Leon's Barn. The thing that, and those text amendments were denied, the thing that differentiates this request from the requests that the board has previously denied is that those previous requests proposed allowing this in a residential zone. And so if this particular request is adopted, not only will the board have to first make a decision to rezone the property to one of the non-residential zoning classifications that it is proposed to be permitted in, but also have that follow-up action of approving a conditional use permit with a particular site plan. And so this is different from the ones you've previously denied because of that rigorous review process and the fact that it does not create any opportunity to create one of these in a residential zoning district unless the board first rezones that property.
Okay.
now, in screening, it doesn't describe, it just says screening.
Right.
What screening would,
It doesn't
Should we
describe it
recommend?
because it points you to a standard prescriptive planted buffer elsewhere in the ordinance. It requires either a mix of overhead and understory trees and shrubs, or typically what we have allowed also as an alternative is something like an evergreen tree that is planted 10 feet apart that grows together to create a solid hedge. The buffer distance is 25 feet, so you have to keep your operation at least 25 feet off the property line. And then within that 25 feet somewhere, you have to meet either the planted requirements for that hedge, or you can substitute a solid opaque fence that's at least 5 or 6 feet tall, something high enough to keep a normal adult from not being able to see into the property.
Good, Ms. Bellfield? Mr. Leggett?
Mr. Tyson, I had a question about the separation standard. You mentioned 2 different separation standards
Correct.
based on the adjacent property. The other counties that y'all are looking at to kind of copy some of their standards, do they have a similar standard, or are we going over and above on
We are going,
this restriction?
in the context of the counties we looked at, I would say, to use your words, we're going over and above what is required in other jurisdictions. We're also, perhaps they have more experience than we have. The only particular land use that meets this category that I know of that's in our zoning jurisdiction and not in one of our local towns, which of course would be subject to their ordinance, is the Rose Hill complex, which certainly predates zoning, and so it's a grandfathered use. And so I think what we're seeing here as a result of the discussions between the applicant and Commissioner Outlaw is an attempt to take a cautious approach as we dip our toe into this for the first time. But typically, the originally proposed 50-foot separation distance was based on what we require for a country club, which the logic was that any of these events could be held at a country club that offers it, as a rental venue for people. But the expanded separation distance is something that came out of the later conversations between the applicant and the commissioners.
Thank you.
Other questions by Commissioner?
I just want to mention, for clarification, you mentioned the retreat area where the commissioners went in Sharpsburg once over to the Pridgeon Barn. That facility is not rented, it's not leased, it's only used on a personal basis.
Right.
Anything else? I just want to thank Commissioner Outlaw for spending quite a bit of time on this. It's something that the board has taken, as Mr. Tyson said, a very cautious approach to. It is something that is needed by families, quite frankly. We have the only one, as you stated, and of course, a lot of these events do not need something of that magnitude, and they probably need something that would be less of a strain on a family budget to do a family reunion or whatever. I think they are needed, and I think the Ruleton clubs have served very well for these, and most of the time they work out real well because the Ruletons monitor very closely what goes on in their buildings, but still there is a public need for these, and the board just is trying to be as cautious as it can, and the special use permit will give us an opportunity to look at it a lot more when it comes in that way. So if there's no other comments at this time, I'd entertain a motion for a public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Mr. Tyson, if you will.
I want to step out and invite Mr. Votipka, the applicant, to step in, and
Okay.
then when he's complete, I'll let you know if we have anybody else.
All right. Great. Thank you, sir. Morning, Turner. If you'd state your name and address for the record, we'd appreciate it, sir.
Turner Votipka, I live on 2717 Amherst Road in Rocky Mount.
Thank you, sir.
So I bring it before you guys today, the text amendment here, because as Mr. Tyson noted, I plan on building something down the road on the property next to Allen's Nursery. Doesn't have an address yet. It's got a parcel number. I don't remember the whole parcel number. But I worked a lot with Mr. Outlaw during this whole process and kind of looking at what would be the best thing long-term to prevent any hurt on any potential growth areas and such. And I think we came to a pretty fair agreement at the end with the 300 feet and all of that and everything Mr. Chess went over. I'm not going to go over it again because it was extremely long for you guys. So if you guys have any questions for me, I'd love to answer them to the best of my abilities.
All right. Any questions of Mr. Patika at this time? Seems like we're going to let you out pretty easy, sir.
All right, I'll take that.
Do you have anything else you wish to add?
Not that I know of. I look forward, my wife and I are the ones wanting to build this thing. And
Sure.
we have a son and we have a daughter who'll be here in a month from now. And so
Great.
we're really looking forward to the process of building it and being able to provide this service to the community. We think, I lived in Greensboro for a while, I lived in Statesville, and there's a lot of wedding venues in both those places, and there's just not that much here. And we've seen those things be great potential to grow an area. And so the reason we want to build it is to grow Nash County because we love Rocky Mount, we love Nash County as a whole. So we appreciate you guys doing all this work.
All right. We thank you for being here, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good one.
No one else, Mr. Tyson? No, sir. All right, entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Public hearing stands closed. Is there any other questions from a board member of Mr. Tyson at this time? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to look at my notes here. Mr. Tyson, what do I need to do first?
Motion for a consistency statement.
Right, thank you. I need a motion for a consistency statement, either A or B, as stated on the agenda.
Move for adoption of consistency statement A for approval.
Have a motion to approve consistency statement A for approval with those items listed. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a light sign. All right, that motion carries, and now we need a motion to approve the text amendment as stated.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second
No.
by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a light sign. Motion stands approved also, Mr. Tyson.
Thank you.
I would just indicate, Mr. Vatipka and I have had many discussions on this subject, and he has been very cooperative. He's just a pleasure to work with, and actually, I look forward to seeing him building his venue in the Westmount community.
Thank you, Mr. Outlaw. You have anything else on the agenda, Mr. Tyson?
No, sir?
Can't help but notice you're the only person in the room with a very recent haircut. Would you put a
Yeah.
note in the commissioner's mailboxes where you would have gotten that? I
Yeah,
would
my
say that.
brother-in-law gave me that over the weekend, and it was the second haircut that he's ever given, and I think it turned out all right for that to
I
be the
think it
case.
turned out fine. That's not exactly what I was looking for. I don't think your brother-in-law wants to cut me any head of hair, doesn't sound like, but there was somewhere where you could get one. I kind of want to know where it was at. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move now to item number 8, which is a public hearing for the expenditure of economic development funds. And then I would call on our economic development head member, Andy Hagee, to present that at this time. And here he comes in the room. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I've been dying to say whether or not to say it, May the 4th be with you, or we don't know if you have any techies in here or not, but,
Amen.
okay, this is a, boy, nicely wiped off here. Public hearing for expenditure of economic development funds to consider and approve the recommendation of economic development funds to be paid to the town of Nashville for infrastructure improvements pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 158-7.1, a public hearing to consider the use of Nash County Economic Development Inducement Funds for the proposed allocation of $10,000 to the town of Nashville to support the capital improvements for the purpose of job creation and economic development investment in Nash County. The county's financial support will assist in the expansion of fiber optic internet service to the West Nashville Commerce Park on Cook Road, and will provide local jobs, investment through broadband improvements for the town of Nashville and Nash County. And this is a project that we've been reporting on, and Nash County has been, had a pleasure to work with. Susan Phelps had been working on this for several months, and as well as I when arriving in January. But we're excited about it. But to give you a refresher on the actual project, which is Asteria Labs, it's a startup pharmaceutical manufacturing company. It's going to be 25 jobs in 2 years, total of 40 jobs in 5 years. They're occupying the 10,000 square foot Nashville Shell building. Average wage is going to be $92,000. It's going to be a $2 million capital investment, $1 million for the building build-out, and $1 million for the machinery and equipment. The state is participating in the project with $250,000 through the North Carolina Building Reuse Grant. And as I noted in the last time we met to discuss this project, the town had made a request to the county to pledge $10,000 to support the project.
Any questions at this time of Andy? Of board members? If not, I would call for a motion to go into public hearing.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in public hearing now about this potential economic development release of funds to the town of Nashville to facilitate infrastructure being brought to a building that has a client that is moving in the building to bring jobs and investment to Nash County. If there's anyone here that wishes to speak at this time, we'd be tickled to hear from you. And do you know if there's anyone outside or not?
I'm not aware of.
Okay. Mr. Lamb,
And I
could
don't think we
you
anybody's
see if we have
contacted.
anyone, just to make sure we're covering our bases? All right, no one wish to speak at this time, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second? Second by multiple people,
Give us some.
Ms. Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Now, I would call for any more discussion from the board about this item. Any questions?
The only comment I have is I'm glad to see us moving since we passed, I don't know what we call it, an ordinance, but anyway, for incentive packages for small businesses. And it's sit
Right.
here for several years with only one or two people inquiring, and now we're beginning to move.
Right.
And I think that's good.
Yep.
And at the time when we passed that, it was only 2 counties in this state that were doing it, Guilford and Chatham.
That's correct. I actually think this is a different kind of fund, but doesn't matter. It's still for economic development.
Yeah, small business.
Right, for small business, that's
Right,
correct.
right.
Yep.
That's what we did.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Lake,
to be clear, this is an inducement or a grant? This is an inducement, correct?
this is an inducement, yes. Not a grant. Well, is there really a difference between an inducement and a grant? Anyway, it's an inducement to bring the industry here.
Right.
It's not a loan. My chairman's agenda's not quite right on that particular line item. I guess I need to approve the inducement. Get a motion to approve. Mr. Lamb?
Approve the proclamation, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, there's no text amendment.
Right, okay. Approve the proclamation then.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd entertain a motion to approve the proclamation for the expenditure of these economic development funds.
Move for approval.
Have a motion by Ms. Richardson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor? Excuse me, Ms. Belfield, go ahead.
Did we close the public hearing?
We did. Well, I'll ask the clerk. I think we did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we did. All right, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? The proclamation stands approved, sir.
Thank you.
And I believe you have item 9 as well,
Yes,
which is
sir.
proclamation.
Yeah, this is the Nash County Board of Commissioners proclamation to recognize May 4th through 9th, 2020 as Economic Development Week. The resolution states, whereas created by the International Economic Development Council in 2016, the goal of the Economic Development Week is to increase awareness for local programs that create jobs, advance career development opportunities, and increase the quality of life in communities everywhere. And whereas economic development is a big umbrella that encompasses policymaking and programming, business finance, marketing, neighborhood development, business retention and expansion, technology transfer, and real estate development. And whereas locally, Nash County works to grow, diversify, and sustain the economy of Nash County while enhancing the unique natural and cultural environment. Nash County Development The Department of Economic Development strives to make Nash County known nationally and internationally as a premier business address by creating a competitive business climate. And whereas economic, workforce, education, municipalities, chambers of commerce, and community leaders collaborate to promote economic well-being and quality of life by creating, retaining, and expanding jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base. Now therefore be it resolved, we, the Nash County Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim the week of May 4th through 9th, 2020, be recognized as the Economic Development Week in Nash County, North Carolina. And this is on the 4th day of May, 2020, hopefully signed by Robert B. Davis, Chairman.
All right, any questions or comments from board members on this proclamation? If none, I will entertain a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Wells to approve the proclamation. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor, any questions on the motion first? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Proclamation stand approved.
Thank you, Chair.
I appreciate you being here this morning, Andy.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I do stand corrected. The proclamation that we passed was for this item and not the previous item. We needed to approve the recommendation for the funds for the previous item.
That's why I looked at you a little bit funny, but I think what we did was approve it.
Okay.
If you want me to reapprove it, I'll be glad to do that, to keep the record straight.
Well, as long as Ms. Lou and Ms. Leggett are okay with us approving it, not approving the proclamation.
Basically, what she's saying is, I think the clerk got one step ahead of her, and I was one step behind, so we didn't get it quite right. What we really did in item 8 was approve the expenditure of the funds for the economic development. The motion maker and the second understand that's what we were doing?
Yes.
Okay, all right. With that said, I think you should be okay, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
We'll now move to item number 10, which is a housing grant. And Mr. Lamb, are you going to leave us, or who's going to leave us? Okay. Good morning. And this has been presented by Patsy McGee.
The North Carolina Housing Finance Agency has awarded Nash County $190,000 under the 2020 cycle of the Essential Single-Family Rehabilitation Loan Program. This program is funded through the state North Carolina Housing Trust Fund and the Federal Home Investment Partnerships Program, and no county funds are needed to execute this program. Mike Barnett of McDavid Associates is our program manager for this project, so he's here with us today, so I'll let him tell you some of the details of the program, and I'll come back and make a recommendation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, welcome to Nash County, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's always a pleasure to be here. This program is called the Essential Single-Family Rehabilitation Loan Program. It provides rehabilitation assistance for moderately deteriorated homes, and it treats, as the title says, essential items, not just an overall rehab of the program of the house. It allows for about $30,000, what we call hard costs, construction costs per unit, and each one of the applicants must have a special need, and that special need can be elderly, disabled, veteran, and children with elevated blood levels. This is a program that's a similar program has operated in Nash County for some time. You have a 17 ESFR closing up. You've got a 17 ESFR disaster recovery that we're managing, so you've still got some of this going on. but we're required to go through these hoops every time you get a new program. One of the program requirements is that you have an assistance policy, and I think you have that in your package, and that you have a disbursement and procurement policy, which is also in your package. These are fairly close to the canned policies that we're provided by North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, but they need to be adopted and adjusted and adopted by Nash County. The population we're trying to serve is 80% of county median. And of course, that changes annually, so we change that with it's called the Home HUD Guidelines. So we'll change that annually. The policies that we're recommending that you approve also give the authority to the county manager that as we have to make operational changes as we run through the program, that allows him to do that without having to come back and take board action. Of course, if he feels it's something that needs board action, he'll be back here with that. The county staff will take applications for this on July 17th through July 24th, and following a funding agreement execution, which we think will be at the end of, sometime in June. I'd love to answer any other questions you might have about the program. I've tried to make it concise as I could, since it's kind of old news for you guys running your programs.
Might be old news, but we're glad it's still going on. Sure. Any questions this morning?
Yeah, what's the average home I know you don't know exactly, but just maybe you have in your mind, out of the $190,000, how many homes do you expect you can?
It's a good question. I'm gonna give you two answers, if that's okay. The first answer is $190,000 represents 5 houses. And that's $30,000 per house for construction, which is $150,000. And then the $40,000 for legal, lead-based paint testing, asbestos, program management, et cetera. The LP in this, you notice it's ESFR LP, that's loan pool. If we can get our first 5 houses taken care of during, I think, the first year, Patsy? Yeah. We will have access to a loan pool, statewide loan pool, that'll allow us to do more houses. So our first allocation is for 5. If we can get access to the loan pool, we can do probably about as many as our capacity will allow us to do.
Can I add to that? For ESFR 2017, which our ESFR 2017 is still underway, we accessed the loan pool. We have 28 houses. I think we're the top in the state, and we have $980,000 in that program. So it starts with 5, you get those 5 done, then the pool's opened up, then you can apply for as many more as you have complete applications for, and then last time they opened up a second pool, so we were able to apply for more, and we'll plan on doing the same kind of thing with this one, as we've done several times in the past.
I think, Mr. McGee, if I remember right from before, the loan pool comes from funds, or at least the first round, and I think they actually put some more money in it, but it comes from those counties that did not get their proper allotment of funds, and then it goes back in there and opens up to every county. Is that not what happens?
That's correct. If a county is not able to complete their 5 units for whatever reason, then the money reverts back to the pool, and other counties like us can apply for it.
Right, which I think is a testament to us having Ms. McGee looking after our grant program and consultants that she hires. We've always kept the, whatever grant it was, happy with Nash County, because we do our work when we say we are, we keep the paperwork straight on it, and therefore we went from 190 what we got this year, but how much did we add last?
I think it was 175 originally in the
175, we up to 900 and something?
980.
So you see, basically, in layman's terms, having your ducks in a row, what it'll do for the citizens of Nash County to be able to help that many more people, quite frankly. And appreciate certainly what we do and the consultants that we use for these, to make sure we can get the most benefit out of it.
And our staff as well.
And, yes, and her staff as well, and everybody else on staff, for that matter. But also, Ms. McGee leads us to select the right consultant to make sure that both sides of it is kept up. I think that David has been with us numerous years on this particular grant right here, if I recall, maybe the Wooten Company some years in the past. Any other questions or comments on this?
Yeah. Since we're limited to 5, that's going to require to do a lot of scrutiny and research as to who those 5 would be.
Right.
Yeah. And,
It's based on a point system.
Right.
Last time we received 90 applications and 60 met the criteria of the program. And then there's a point system in the assistant policy, and those points are applied. And if there's a tie, their tiebreaker would be the date that they applied. And so it's strictly objective. We try to work with citizens to get in all their information as soon as possible so that they can have a complete application. And then it's just based on the points.
All right, those that may qualify, which you may say you can only have 5, and it may be 10 or 15 that actually fit the qualification, would they be on a list later for?
They would be the
When more
first ones
funds
in under the pool program. If they still apply, they have to submit
Have to
updated income
resubmit
information.
the application?
No, they
No.
have to resubmit income information because we have to have the most current year's income information, past year.
Pat, you started with 5 last time. When you go to 980, how many did that include?
28, that's 28,
28 more additional
no, 28 total.
total, okay.
Yes.
So we picked up 23 more, Mr. Bellfield.
So there's always more need than we can satisfy.
Yeah, well, that's what I.
But we have more
that's what I know,
programs
and that's
than
why
this.
I asked the question of whether, would they be on a list, maybe with priority to the next, with the next funds that you get?
No, we have to start, the programs require that you start anew and you take applications anew for the new programs. So that's what we have to do. It'd be much easier for us to roll them over, but it's not what we can do.
That's in a new funding cycle.
Correct.
But when you go back to the loan program, you still work off in the same list.
Yes. So this, we'll have 3 years essentially to complete this first round and then any pool funds rounds. And we'll get to as many of those as we can as long as there's money available. But the first 5 have to be completed before you can tap the money for the additional applications.
Any other questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the request.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion stands approved, Ms. McGee, and thank you all again for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Everybody okay to keep moving? All right, move a little bit further then. We're now on item number 11. I'll wait for Mr. Lamb and Mr. Boone to appear, which is happening presently, and Mr. Lamb, you lost a little portion of your job, looks like.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
You're welcome.
Morning, Mr. Boone.
Good morning.
We're on item 11, which is a contract amendment for ELJ for the Northern Ash Water System. For board members, I think we mentioned to you last month that we would most likely be coming back with another one this month, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Boone.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. As indicated when we discussed change order 3 on the contract for the Northern Ash Water System with ELJ Incorporated, we have been working with ELJ to resolve a number of issues involving rock that was encountered on the project. And the change order you have before you today, change order 4, is directly related to that issue. There were 13 directional drills on the project, primarily in locations where we had to pass underneath creeks. Unfortunately, 6 of those during the bore, the contractor encountered rock. And that in turn led to some discussion about the contract documents and the specifications and the degree that the contract documents address rock on the project. And initially, EOJ had requested additional compensation above and beyond the $149,820 for the 6 locations. They'd requested another $250,000 plus minus in additional compensation. And when this issue was first identified, the county offered to compensate the contractor based on the bids received when the contract was first awarded in the amount of the highest bidder at the time. You may recall we had 3 bidders that submitted bids, so we took the highest line item for each of those 6 bore locations, made that offer to ELJ, again, back in September 2019 in the amount of $106,068. And we were awaiting a response from ELJ. And their decision at the time was to continue with the work and to document their expenses and then come back to the county with an amended request. They did so in, I believe it was February, an additional amount. They reduced the amount from roughly, again, $250,000 to $176,778. We ultimately scheduled a meeting with ELJ, the project engineer, the Wooten Company, and staff on March 11th to discuss this issue. And the county made an amended offer after some extended discussion of $141,729. Again, that would be in addition to the original unit prices incorporated in the contract, and ELJ accepted that recommendation. So that is the largest item outlined in change order 4. But again, because of rock incurred on the project, we saw the need to establish 2 new pay items in the contract. I believe it's pay items 63 and 64. 63 would be for trench rock. So if we were encountering any additional rock on the project that could be removed or removed from the trench mechanically, we would pay a unit price per cubic yard for that work. You will see we have provided an estimated quantity of 50 cubic yards, a unit price of $100 per cubic yard. And then pay item 64 would include a mobilization cost for the equipment to remove the rock in the trench, and we would compensate ELJ $1,500 per mobilization. And the intent would be, if we encounter additional rock, wait until we have enough quantity where it makes sense, good financial sense to mobilize the equipment to address that issue. So that encapsulates the 3 items in this change order for the total amount of $149,729. You may recall, again, the commissioners have approved 3 change orders to date. Change order 1 and 2 were approved on February 3rd. Change order 3, which Commissioner Davis referenced earlier, March 5th, for a total across those 3 of $170,130. So if you add the $149,729 associated with change order 4, it brings our total contract amount to $6,066,109.09.
Correct.
So with that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Boone on this particular change order?
Yeah.
Mr. Bellfield?
Mr. Boone, when the engineers first laid out the lines for where they're going to put the water system, why they didn't indicate in there, you know, there's a rocky area. When you come right across the northern part of Nash County, especially around 43, Belleville Road, all that, it's heavy rock, city of Rocky Mount, heavily rock. You got, when you run a certain number of feet in the ground, you're going to hit, I mean, some solid, large rock. Why they didn't take this into consideration when the contractor took this project?
I think the short answer to that question would be, of course, the Wooten Company has done work for Nash County before on the water system design. You may recall their work on Central Nash Water Sewer District. And they felt comfortable with the language that they had in the contract. To be quite honest, not that I would be dishonest, to be perfectly forthcoming, maybe I should say. The Wooten Company, when we received this request from ELJ, had recommended denial. But ELJ was insistent on their position, and because the county felt that it would be best to work with ELJ on this particular item, we felt the language could have been better in the contract documents, and certainly any future projects will include revised language in the specifications, but in order to maintain progress on the project, to avoid potential delays and litigation related to this item, the county again made a good faith effort to try to resolve this particular matter and to move forward. There have been other items that ELJ has brought forward. The Wooten Company has recommended denial, and we have sided with ELJ on this particular item. However, we saw the need to, again, to keep the project moving. It's been a project that's been long awaited in the county. Again, we felt like the language could have been a little bit better, although the Wooten Company felt comfortable with the language in the specifications. But again, in order to continue to move forward, we made the offer to try to settle this particular claim and to move forward. But I think it was a lesson learned for all concerned. Certainly the contractor, in addition to revise the language in the contract specifications for any future projects, you may also see some additional geotechnical work, maybe some rock drills that we would include in the bidding documents for future expansion, either Northern Ash or future development within the county of the water system.
Well, glad to hear you say that. I mean, I think we go on. We don't want to delay the project because it's been going on for a long time. But we need to understand the soil type across Nash County, and it's been classified several years ago, all the soils in the county. And there are areas where there's heavy rock, and you got to work through it, and it's a cost to do that. And I think we ought to estimate what it's going to cost to do it, and so we won't have to do so many amendments.
My only response to that has been clearly communicated to the Wooten Company. I don't think there's any doubt in their mind what our expectations are moving forward with regard to this particular item.
Mr. Belfield, just to add to that, I of course was in all of these meetings with Mr. Boone, and Mr. Boone has directed him to do a couple things different on future water systems. But honestly, had we had the language in there that would have kept it clear when they got paid for rock versus it being gray like it was, if the specs have been like they will in the future, we'd be paying this money because it would have showed up at bid day rather than later. I mean, it's not really additional money that the county's spending that wouldn't have been spent had the specs been more clear on the item. That's the reason, after numerous meetings at Mr. Boone's recommendation, I was in agreement to keep the project moving, and quite frankly, I always look at where this bidder was. It's not proper, but on bid day, he saved us $2 million plus. I don't remember the exact number, but a very large sum of money. But we would have paid this money had the specs been clear, is what I'm hoping you understand.
Yeah.
But your point's well taken, and we have done things that would correct it moving forward.
I still argue that we're smart enough now, you know what's in the earth and what's not there. And it should have been included in the bid in the first place. And you wouldn't have to come back with so many amendments.
Yeah, that's the change that Mr. Boone will be making moving forward that he spelled out.
That's one we need to do.
Right, understood. Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Boone on this item? If not, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Belfield for approval, a second by Commissioner Outlaw and Combs, I believe. Any questions to the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stand approved. I really don't want us to leave here understanding, Mr. Belfield, we always will have things show up on this larger project, particularly as it relates to rock under streams when we're boring. So this won't be our last change order on water construction,
Well,
but it will eliminate a lot
I
of them.
understand change orders.
Okay, okay.
But, they should have known that
Your
they were
point,
gonna run into rock there if they looked at soil.
right. Your point's well taken. Now, we agree with you 100%. But
Now, I might add, if I could,
Yes, sir.
that during the discussions, it was noted that this is Rocky Mount, North Carolina, so.
And I mean, it's some rock here. You don't believe you go there, look where they building this motel over there in Rocky Mountain now. Yeah, the rock that they had to pull up out of there, it made a mountain out there of rock.
Okay, we're gonna move on to item number 12, which is Nash County Detention Facility Renovation and Expansion Project Design Contract. Mr. Boone?
Yes, sir. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. The item you have before you is the contract with Mosley Architects. You may recall at the meeting on March 11th, which was a recess meeting, back in March, we received the report, the jail needs assessment completed by Mosley Architects. And then following up at your meeting on April 6th, you received a recommendation to allow the county manager to move forward with negotiating a scope and fee for the work identified as Phase 1 improvements in that needs assessment. And this is the matter that you have before you this morning. And what I would note is the contract you have before you would include services related to design, permitting, bidding, contract administration, and construction observation services for these improvements. And recall that Phase 1 improvements include the renovation of one of the dorms, presumably Dorm 1, because it's rectangular in shape, to include lockdown cells that would include a total of 27 beds. That is an item that the sheriff's office has been most concerned about, in my estimation, since we began this conversation about the ability to lock down bad actors in the jail. And then the second portion of those improvements would be for an addition to the facility. That would include 94 beds, again, with containment cells, for a total estimated cost of $10,014,052. The contract you have in front of you with Mosley amounts to a little less than 8% of that estimated construction cost, $792,220. We'll want to make you aware that the county attorney has reviewed the contract and is comfortable with the language in the contract, and based on that review and our review of the scope and fee, we would recommend that commissioners approve the contract and authorize the county manager to sign the contract so we can move immediately into the design phase of this project. With that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Boone, could you tell the commissioners what the original request was and what you and Mr. Lamb, or maybe you and Mr. Lamb, were able to negotiate it down to?
I'm going to have to rely on my memory. I thought it was 846?
884.
Okay.
884, Mr. Chairman, and we offered 700, and we went to the middle.
Okay, that's how it took place then. I know Mr. Belfield and myself always have concern about these fees, but I do want you to know the manager worked on them quite a bit to get them down, so Mr. Belfield. Or maybe he and Mr. Boone, I'm not sure who did it, but I think it was mostly the manager.
The county manager did most of the heavy lifting on this one.
Yeah, okay.
But again, the fee amounts to about 8% of the construction cost estimate, which is in line with what you'd expect for this type of work.
Right. You will have another one shortly after the school board meeting tonight, another similar type of discussion about the architect for the school, which you'll see to be somewhat less than this, but I will tell you renovation work and this type work in a correctional facility type always brings a higher fee than what a school would be. A lot more complex, a lot more parts involved, and a lot more consultants involved in a jail construction than it is a school construction. But the fee that they were able to get it to, even though it seems like a lot of money, I think is where it would have been no matter who we picked, quite frankly. Any other questions on this item? If not, I'd entertain a motion for approval for the contract.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wells. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. I know we're all anxious to get this moving. Any other questions on this particular item or the motion itself? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands approved, sir.
Thank you, sir.
you. All right, we're now on item number 13, which is a hurricane. Lord, we got to talk about hurricanes in this time also, but a hurricane preparedness week, which is May the 3rd through the 9th. A proclamation for that as well, and we have Brent Fisher, who's going to make this presentation to the board. Mr. Fisher, can you really have an epidemic and a hurricane at the same time, sir?
We're planning that we do not, but we've got to make plans accordingly, so.
That's your job, sir.
Yes,
Welcome
sir.
this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. What I have before you is a Hurricane Preparedness Week, May 3rd through 9th, 2020 proclamation. May 3rd through 9th, 2020 is a Hurricane Preparedness Week in North Carolina. This week, the National Weather Service and the North Carolina Department of Public Safety are teaming up to bring the preparedness campaign to all North Carolina residents. June 1st marks the beginning of the 2020 hurricane season, and it ends November 30th. This year's Hurricane Preparedness Week campaign has 7 topics to focus on a different theme each day. Yesterday, we sent out information on determining your risk. Monday, today, is developing an evacuation plan and surge planning for coastal residents. Tuesday is assemble a disaster kit and high winds discussion. Wednesday is getting an insurance checkup and inland flooding. Thursday, strengthen your home and talking about tornadoes. Friday, help your neighbor and also discussing rip currents. And Saturday is complete a written plan. With warmer weather upon us, now is the time to prepare for hurricane season. If each North Carolina resident would take a few moments this week to learn about these topics, then we would all be better off if and when a hurricane threatens our area. And the likelihood of injury and fatalities caused by hurricanes could be minimized. I have before you a proclamation. You want me to read that, or?
It's pretty short and very important. Why don't you read it if you don't mind?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fisher.
Yes, sir. So Hurricane Preparedness Week by the Commissioners of Nash County, a proclamation, whereas hurricanes and tropical storms have impacted every North Carolina county with disastrous results, and whereas North Carolina is repeatedly one of the leading states nationally for overall damage from hurricanes, and whereas hurricanes and tropical storms can cause life-threatening hazards such as flooding, storm surge, destructive winds, tornadoes, and landslides, and whereas flooding claims lives every year, usually when motorists attempt to drive through flooded roadways, and whereas an insurance company suggests residents review and update their homeowners or renters insurance policy to ensure it includes coverage for flooding, accidental damage, and natural disasters, and whereas people are less likely to be injured when they have prepared ahead of time and know what to do when a hurricane threatens, and whereas people should prepare their personal emergency supply kit to use at home or during an evacuation with enough food and water to sustain the members of their household for 3 days or longer, and should know their evacuation routes and comply with local and state authorities when asked to evacuate. And whereas the readync.org website is available to help people make emergency preparedness plans and provide current weather and traffic conditions. And whereas the National Weather Service, local and state government officials all work together before and during a hurricane or tropical storm to reduce the dangers posed to lives and property and provide a quick, effective response to these storms. And whereas the observance of Hurricane Preparedness Week by Nash County residents provides better protection from the dangers of hurricanes and tropical storms. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nash County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the week of May 3rd through the 9th, 2020 as Hurricane Preparedness Week in Nash County. We encourage all county residents to plan and prepare for assembling their personal emergency supply kits and updating their emergency plans. This the 4th day of May 2020.
All right, any other comments on this proclamation? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for its approval.
So moved.
Commissioner Combs made the motion, and Commissioner Richardson seconded the motion. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands approved, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would, if I could, just a second, I would like to make sure everyone is paying attention to hurricane season this year, and as we deal with COVID-19 activities, you know, the social distancing is still going to be something that we've got to be aware of, and if we stand up shelters, you know, those are things that we're thinking about right now in discussions that we're having to have on what is our shelter operations going to look like as we go through hurricane season. So we have a conference call with the state on Wednesday to talk about sheltering and coastal regional sheltering Wednesday. So more to come on that, but we are thinking about that and trying to plan accordingly for those types of actions dealing with COVID-19 as we get into hurricane season. So anything that we can do, just let us know.
Well, I don't know how much we could educate you, sir. I think you're well ahead of us at all times, but we appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you for all you do and keeping us informed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, but let's take a break.
I got two ladies telling me they want a break, and I generally I always listen to them, so
You need to.
we will pause for about a 10-minute break, Mr. Durham, then we'll be back with you, sir.
Daily Nash County COVID-19 response briefing. It's Monday, May the 4th, 2020. Today we are simulcasting this briefing along with the county commissioners' monthly meeting. We're taking a few-minute break here to do this briefing at the same time as we're having a meeting. So it is both on Teams as well as YouTube, since all our county commissioner meetings are now live on YouTube. At this time, as usual, I will ask you to mute your mics unless you're speaking. And as usual, we will hear from Bill Hill, our health director, for the daily report.
Good morning. Hope all are doing well. We had a pretty low level activity this past weekend from Friday through Sunday. As I reported, no new cases. Very glad to be able to do that. However, last night we did receive 3 new cases. That puts us at 103. So again, overnight, 3 new cases came into the system. They were reported from, I believe, 2 from Morris Willis and 1 from the hospital. They were not tested by us at the health department. They were all female, 2 Nashville and 1 in Rocky Mount. But we are following up on the contacts to see just what's involved, and that's still pretty fluid right now because these are very recent cases. And of course, we always look to the household contacts and then outside the household, such as employment, etc. So the 3 new cases will put us, or has put us at 103 cases totally. That's a total number, 103, with the same number of deaths at 3 and 8 still hospitalized. I think that's my report for the day, and be glad to try to answer any questions if there are any.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Hill? If not, we will now go to Brent Fisher with Emergency Management for his daily report. He apparently was on, and here he comes back.
Mr. Lamb, you hear me?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry. I had a little technical difficulty there. Call volume for yesterday for the last 24 hours was 182 calls for service for 911 and 38 calls for EMS. I did want to mention about Hurricane Preparedness Week. This week, we just did the proclamation the commissioners approved just a few moments ago. But I did want to mention about Hurricane Preparedness Week being May 3rd through the 9th. Today's topic is storm surge, develop an evacuation plan, and know your zone. And I'll share some information in the chat on a couple of links. One is readync.org, where people can go to, so our citizens can go to get good information on disaster planning with hurricanes and other types of disasters. But I also wanted to just mention about the Know Your Zone program, which there's a link there that the state is pushing out about knowing where your evacuation zones are and if you fall within an evacuation zone. I checked the 27856 area code this morning, and that is not in a evacuation zone. Most of the time you see those on the coast or our coastal counties. So if anybody has any questions about that, they can check that link. And I think that's all I got to report this morning, unless there's any questions.
Any questions for Brent Fisher? If not, we'll get an update from the Sheriff's Office, Chief Deputy Brandon Medina.
Good morning, Brandon Medina, Nash County Sheriff's Office. Only thing we have to report today, since we didn't have court over the weekend, we had calls for service. There were about 90 yesterday. Didn't have any domestic assaults or any misdemeanor child abuse, which we are tracking. The only other thing that I would want to put out is, if I hadn't put it out yet, is that Chief Justice Sherry Beasley has ordered an extension of the previously issued emergency directive through May 30th. So everything as far as court-wise will go through May 30th, and then unless something else comes out according to the order, May 30th will be the cutoff date for everything that's in place now. I don't have anything further, and I'll entertain any questions.
Any questions? If not, I believe Dave Peterson with Trillium is on the call.
Good morning. This is Dave Peterson, Senior Regional Director at Trillium Health Resources. Just a couple of things. Over the weekend, as everybody knows, the legislators were meeting on COVID-19 budget. And we do know some of the budget items that may impact us. There was a $12.6 million for the intermediate care facilities being added to them because of the struggles of staffing. There was $400,000 for naloxone kits for any potential overdoses. And there was $7 million in there for behavioral health needs. And so we'll see how those funding sources pan out to impact our 26 counties in the eastern part of the state. And then the only other update, as folks may know, that the Health Resources and Services Administration, or HRSA, they opened up a portal just recently for health providers to request reimbursement for COVID-19 claims around testing and treatment. And so that's on the HRSA website for folks to access reimbursement for that also. Other than that, I don't have any other updates.
Great.
We'll entertain any questions.
I'm sorry. Any questions for Dave Peterson? If not, we'll hear if there's any information for the public and press from our department heads. If not, any comments from our community partners, mayors, commissioners, managers, college presidents, policemen?
This is Sandy Hall with Cooperative Extension. I was trying to get my audio to work. May I give a little report on the farmer's market?
Yes, that'd be great.
Yes, I was having audio trouble yesterday, so I'd like to bring you up to date and up to speed of what's going on at the market. Things are going very well. Our goal was to open the market and provide a safe and healthy place for our community to shop, as it's deemed essential in providing that public another food source. We had 21 vendors on Saturday, about 500 customers. That is half the customers that we've had in the past. However, 15 vendors that are food related are reporting that they are selling out and selling most of their items. Some 6 out of 15 were sold out by 11:30 a.m. Hand washing stations are working really well out front. We've had one complaint. However, most people are saying that they like the hand washing stations. They would prefer them to be there on a regular basis as we continue with that. Last year, we began accepting EBT. This year, we've received additional grants from RAFIA to support EBT SNAP benefits, and the use of EBT has increased significantly at the market. Each week, we see a double from the previous week. The seafood vendors bringing a full truck, and they are ones that are mostly getting the benefit of that EBT, although there are a few produce vendors seeing EBT use. So right now, the flowers and the crafters are not at the market due to space and needing to provide that social distance. However, we're getting a great interest of opening on Tuesdays, and to allow the flower and crafts, we will look at that and see how we can manage depending on how many produce vendors will come. So all is well going on at the market. Things are moving and progressing very well. Does anyone have any questions?
Are you practicing, are you practicing distance at the farmer's market as they're doing in other businesses?
Yes, sir. We are following social distance. We are not limiting how many people go in the farmer's market. We have not had a situation yet where we're overwhelmed with people. There are signs up everywhere. The actual vendors have even moved their spaces back towards the bay doors to allow more space in the center. So it is really helping with social distance.
Any other questions for Sandy Hall? Thank you, Sandy. Any other department heads or community members wish to add anything?
Mr. Lamb, this is Brent Fisher again. I need to make a clarification on my calls for service this morning. I think I said 38 for EMS. It was actually 63 for EMS.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? If not, we will do this again tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
I'll call the Nash County Board of Commissioners meeting back to order at this time. And when we closed up, we were, or took the recess, I'm sorry. We find what agenda item we were on. We were on item number 14, and it is amendment to an inducement agreement with ROCA 2020, and I call on our county attorney, Vince Durham, to make this presentation. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I think each of you has been given a draft of the First Amendment agreement. I'm sorry it wasn't put on the packet. In 2016, Draka Elevator Products entered into an inducement agreement with the Carolina Gateway and Nash County. We gave them a piece of land with a value of $375,000. In consideration, they agreed to increase their employment level approximately 36, I believe, to 179 employees at this particular location, and they constructed and equipped a facility known as the Wireway Facility. It's actually owned by an investor who was also part of the agreement. They have maintained the correct employment since 2016, but as part of the deal, they had agreed to spend $12,150,000 in capital expenditures. To date, they have only spent $8,600,000. Only is probably not a good word. They contacted us, they being Draka, and said that we need to expand the adjacent building that we own, or that is owned by another investor that we occupy and under a long-term lease, which is known as their distribution center. They want to construct a 100,000 square foot addition to it, and they were asking us to allow them one additional year to spend this $3,550,000 in that new addition to the warehouse facility. They've also are certifying to us that their contractor, the contractor owner, will also spend another $10 million in capital expenditures that, of course, will benefit Nash County through ad valorem taxes. I understand Draka's lawyer is still looking at it, but I think the agreement is in 99% form. So unless there are material changes, I would go ahead and have it executed upon your approval, and I would recommend approval. If there are any questions, just let me know.
Mr. Durham, it actually looks like Nash County is coming out way ahead on this change of venue.
We are going to come out ahead. They're changing locations, but they're spending additional money, and they're meeting their original obligation plus 1 year.
Right, okay. Any questions for Mr. Durham on this item? This is a long time, very long time business in Nash County that has now got 3 locations in the county.
Exactly.
So very important to it. So if there are no questions, I'd entertain a motion for approval of the request.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on the motion? Must have done a good job, Mr. Durham. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands approved, and if someone would let them know, we greatly appreciate what they've done for Nash County.
We certainly will. Thank you.
Let's do that.
We've got several things that were scheduled on the agenda at 11 o'clock. One of course, was the E&R, which is the tax review, and unless we have some, it won't take me just a second, so I'm going to jump over to item number 17 right quick and do that.
No.
I'm going to do E&R first, then I'll be right back with Davenport. It won't take me just a second. And at this time, I'd call in, or I'd call on Ms. Evans, the clerk, to swear in the Board of Commissioners. Do we need a Bible for this swearing in, or we do not?
Yes, sir. Each of you should have a Bible at your seat.
There's two
Oh, I see it
behind.
now. I'm seeing, I got you. Kind of got behind my iPad.
And if
Everybody,
you don't, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Go ahead. Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear and affirm that you will support and maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States and the Constitution and the laws of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith, and that you will faithfully discharge the duties of your office as a member of the Board of Equalization and Review of Nash County, North Carolina, and that you will not allow any actions as a member of the Board of Equalization and Review to be influenced by personal or political friendships or obligations, so help you God.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. This time, I would call on Doris Sumner to make this particular presentation and any appeals that we may have. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, sir. At this time, in compliance with North Carolina General Statute 105-322, the Nash County Board of Equalization and Review will meet to hear upon request any taxpayers who own or control taxable property assessed for taxation in Nash County with respect to the valuation of such property. Since you have been sworn in and you have called a meeting to order, I'd like to report at this time the tax office does not have any appeals docketed to be presented for the board today, and I don't think anyone signed up at the public comment to come in and make any appeals.
That's correct. It did not.
Mhm.
Good.
Okay.
All right, so what would you suggest? We just recess until June the 1st?
Yes, sir. If the next step would be, if there are no appeals, that you would make a motion to recess until our June 1st board meeting.
Okay. All right. Would you just briefly remind the board what a person would show up here during this period of time for?
yes,
So since we are live, someone may
Yes.
understand a little better that's in the audience.
Yes, yes, sir. At this time, this is when we would hear valuations of appeals against people who have property within the county, and if they have questions or want to challenge those values, this is the time that they would come forward to do that. They would normally go to the tax office first, and we would work those appeals. If we were not able to reach any agreement on that, then this is the time that they would come to the board and present that appeal to the board.
And we do this annually.
Yes, sir, and this is an annual process.
Okay. And the next step beyond this board, if you would remind us of that?
Yes, and if the board, the decision that the board would make after they hear this, if the taxpayer was not in agreement with that, the next step, it would be the Property Tax Commission with the state of North Carolina.
Right, okay. And as I understand it, Doris, I'm just trying to educate the public as much as I can this morning. This process is for all Nash County property owners, regardless of whether they live in a town, particularly a town that collects their own taxes, say like Rocky Mount. It would still
Yes, sir.
appear before this board to
They
make
would-
this.
That is correct. They would
Okay.
appear before this board.
Okay, all right. Any questions of Ms. Sumner on this item? Okay, at this time then, I'd entertain a motion to recess the Board of Equalization and Review until June the 1st, which is our regular scheduled meeting in June.
I move that we recess the Board of Equalization until June the 1st.
All right, have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
And a second. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a light sign. We stand recessed until June the 1st. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
I'm now going to go back to where we were, which would be item number 15, and it would be a discussion from Davenport and Company. And we're pleased to have this morning with us Ted Cole, who we've all met many times before, who is a Senior Vice President with the Davenporting Company. And the real purpose we have Mr. Cole here with us this morning, as we recall from last month, the county is considering undertaking a sizable amount of debt to do two projects. That is the jail expansion renovation project, as well as the new Northern Nash High School project. And generally, when the board moves forward with taking on new debt, we would ask Davenport and Company, who has been our consultant for a long time, to give us an update on where we are, what debt we have remaining, and more importantly, what the debt we are considering taking would do to our current financial situation. Of course, ability to pay, will it require any type of tax increase? And of course, anything else that Mr. Cole, who knows a lot more about this than I, wishes to bring to us this morning. Ted, welcome to Nash County, sir. Glad to have you again.
Glad to be here. Thank you. It's been a while since I've done an in-person meeting. It's nice to do one.
We don't like to borrow money.
I know. Well, I appreciate being here, and you all should have a hard copy now. It's exactly what's on your screen as well, so whatever you might prefer, or however you might prefer to follow along, there are page numbers in the lower right corner. My plan was to go through, not the appendix, but to go through the slides through page 24, page 23. I would encourage you, if you have questions, I'd be happy to take them as we go. There are several things in the appendix that might be a helpful resource to you later, but they aren't planned to be discussed. If you're looking at page 1 of this presentation, you'll see we're going to cover a number of topics here, as the chairman said, talking about the potential to be borrowing money for capital projects. We're going to talk a little bit about bond ratings, credit ratings as we call them. We've got a couple of slides on your general fund financial performance historically and specifically fund balance levels. And then we're really going to focus on debt, and we're going to start with where does the county stand today on existing debt, the debt you've issued, your obligations going forward. We're going to talk about your capital improvement program, what's on the list, what's being discussed for projects, how it might be funded, because you've got a mix of funding sources. You've got PAYGO that you're using every year as part of your budget. You've got outside funding sources, be it grants and other things, and potentially debt. And then we're going to speak specifically to funding the upcoming fiscal 21 capital projects that are on the list as of right now. And I understand that there are ongoing discussions about refining that list of projects. So I think that list may change a bit from what you're going to see here today, but this seemed like a good place to start. We have reviewed this at a couple of different times with staff, and so we know that as you all are moving forward with your budget process, there may be some additional updates to some of this material. About how much time do we, so I can kind of keep an eye on the clock here.
How much did you anticipate you needed?
I would think if, we could probably get through this in about 20 minutes or so.
20 minutes would work perfect with the agenda. If it's 25, that's okay.
Okay.
Our next
All right.
real scheduled item is about 12:15, and we got a couple of little things in between there. So
Okay.
you take your time, and of course, I want the commissioners to ask any questions they may have. It's a really important step forward.
Okay. Great, and I will try to keep the screen moving with the page I'm on. So I'm now on page 2, and I've covered this. This is what we're going to talk through, from credit ratings all the way down to the potential capital improvement plan for FY21. I want to introduce bond ratings on page 4. If you look at the right-hand side, there are 3 national rating agencies, Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. And you can see in the gold box, you all have ratings from both Moody's and Standard & Poor's. So they have rated the county's debt in the past. They maintain those ratings. The highest rating any local government can achieve is AAA. North Carolina has 9 AAA counties. You all are a AA2 from Moody's and a AA- from S&P, so you're in that AA category. And you can see on the left-hand side the dates of the last rating reports that were published. And there's an update here. Moody's actually conducted an annual surveillance in April, so they have actually affirmed your rating at AA2 just a week or so ago. So that is very fresh from them. So Moody's in April of 2020, Standard & Poor's last published a report for you all in 2013, but they do review the county's credit annually, and if they see a reason why they might need to publish another report, they will do that. They just have not had that reason at this point. We're going to introduce a few peers by rating on the left-hand side. Counties across the country, we subscribe to a database that Moody's maintains. They rate about 118 counties across the country AAA, 130 AA1, and about 258 AA2, one of which is Nash County. Okay, you're that AA2. And then, as I said, within North Carolina, there are 9 AAAs by Moody's, 12 AA1s, and 22 AA2 credits, again, one of which is Nash County. Okay, so that's the universe of ratings. Some of your peers, as it relates to those that are in the same rating category as you or 1 or 2 rating categories above you, and the ratings are reviewed annually. They don't always get published annually, but as I said, Moody's looked at you as recently as a couple of weeks ago. If you turn to page 5, it gives you a very high-level overview of the methodology that these rating agencies go through in rating local governments. Moody's is on the left and S&P is on the right. I'll spend a little time with Moody's, but what you'll see there on that chart on the left is they look at economy and tax base, and they attribute about 30% of the rating outcome to your economy and tax base, looking at your assessed value per capita, certain wealth levels. Finances is worth about 30%, really talking about reserves and fund balance. Where are you today, and what has the 5-year trend been in your reserve levels? Management, so talking about policies, procedures, planning work that you do. The fact that you're in North Carolina County as opposed to a county in some other state bodes well. It's considered a good state for local government, where you've got a lot of control as a county over your budgets and making budget adjustments as needed, which is not always the case when you go into other states. And then finally, debt and pension liabilities round out 20% of the rating. So at a very high level, those are the rating the rating discussions that they look at for any local government. And on the right-hand side is S&P. They have a few more moving parts, but they get to about the same place, with economy and finance being about 50% of the rating and debt and management being the other 50%. Okay? And again, please stop me if you have questions. Page 6, the real takeaway here is it's talking about the cost of borrowing money as it relates to your bond rating. And we go all the way back to pre-2008 timeframe, when investors were doing very little to differentiate between very highly rated localities and lower rated localities. They didn't differentiate on the interest rates all that much. Post-2008, and I think we're going to see that again with what's going on currently with COVID-19, is bond ratings got more and more important, and there was more focus on ratings. And what we are seeing is lower rated communities are having to pay more for borrowing, which is kind of common sense, but it's been exaggerated since the levels pre-08. And so maintaining that bond rating is important at a lot of different levels, but as it relates to the topic we're discussing today, it does help make funding capital projects more affordable. And being in that AA category where you are is very important. Falling into that single A category is where we see some of the real cost of borrowing increasing. So you're well positioned there. A couple of slides on fund balance. Page 8 has got a lot of numbers on it. We have simply restated your general fund financials here. So we've got 6 years of audited financials, 14 through 19, and we're just showing you at the sort of the top third of the page what the revenues have done over that period of time by general fund categories or departments. Expenditures are in the middle of the page, down through line 24. Line 26 is an important line, so it's measuring what your revenues have done relative to your expenditures, and over this 6-year period, all but one, you have been generating positive cash flow revenues over expenditures, and in fiscal year 19, that was about $2.8 million. Towards the bottom of the page is where we are accounting for transfers in and out of other funds, debt issuance activity, things of that nature. And what we get down to is line 37, which is the change in fund balance each year. And what you'll see here is all but one of these years you have been adding to your fund balance year over year. So operations have been structurally balanced and then some. Your capital activity has been balanced and you've been adding to fund balance every year but one. And you can track what the county's total general fund balance has done over this period of time on line 40. Okay? So we take that and we drill down a little bit on page 9 and we talk specifically about fund balance and fund balance policy. You all have a number of financial policies that have been in place and have been in place for a number of years. County staff has been talking about revisiting those, amending those, and maybe strengthening those. I think the plan is to bring some of that to you all at a subsequent meeting to talk about potential changes to the policies. But essentially what the current fund balance policy says is that your unassigned component of your fund balance, which is the part of fund balance that has the least amount of restrictions on it, and you can see that under line 11 on the chart on the left. I apologize for the small print. But line 11 is your unassigned fund balance. And the county's policy has said we want to maintain at least 15% of expenditures. You can see that in the chart in the upper right. The solid red line is that policy at 15%. The green line is where you've actually performed. So you've performed higher than that every year and then some. And then there's a discussion about potentially including in your policy a target of 25%. So a minimum of 15 with a target of 25. And you can see on that dotted red line, if you were to adopt that as a policy, you'd also be able to demonstrate compliance with that over the last 5 years. And that would just further strengthen that policy and your overall financial profile. So that is a discussion that I think will come to you all at a later date. The takeaway from this page, though, is that you've managed fund balance, in our opinion, very well. You've added to fund balance. It's been growing generally at least commensurate with your budget growth, and you're in compliance with your policy. Okay? Page 10 has got a lot of information on it. I'll try to break this down very simply. If you look on the left-hand side, there are a few different categories of fund balance. And on the left-hand side, we're talking about total fund balance, all those different categories, unassigned, assigned, committed, reserved, what have you. Lots of different accounting categories for fund balance. And what we're showing you in all of these charts is that Nash County is in the gold. It's based on FY19 numbers because those are where the last audits that have been produced. The national counties are in the light green and the North Carolina counties are in the dark green. And remember, you've got some very large counties and some very small counties. So when you look at that top left chart, total general fund balance, we're comparing you to the medians for those other counties, and that chart is measuring dollars, actual dollars of total fund balance, which for you all is about $43 million. Directly below that, we're equating that to a percent of your budget. So it allows for a better comparison amongst large and small communities. And you can see generally you want your gold bar further out to the right. And you can see you compare very favorably to all of those other county peers, be it within North Carolina or nationally, as fund balance as a percent of revenues. Likewise, if you look at the far right-hand side of the page, we're looking at just that unassigned component of fund balance, which for y'all was about 27 million. So you have total fund balance of about 43. 27 million of that was unassigned. And you can see in that bottom right graph, as a percent of your budget, you are outperforming the medians for those national and North Carolina counties. So again, you've managed fund balance well, you're in compliance with your policies, and when we compare you to other similarly rated communities, you compare very favorably. And remember, that's worth 20 to 30% of the bond rating when the rating agencies do their analysis. Okay? So with that, we're going to transition into debt, if that's okay. And we're going to start with page 12, which is your existing debt, tax-supported debt, as it stands at the end of fiscal 19. Bottom left corner, you'll see there's about $52 million of debt outstanding. That debt has been issued over time in different years for different purposes, be it school purposes or county purposes, non-school, community college, what have you. And you can see that it's made up of general obligation bonds, COPs and LOBs, which are basically collateralized loans, or smaller capital leases. The chart on the upper left shows you year by year, fiscal year, right? Fiscal year 20 is where we are. You can see in the dark green the principal payments, the light green is the interest payments that you're making every year, and you'll notice that every year there's sort of a step down of your annual payment. You've got a downward slope. Everything on the books today will pay off by 2043, but we know that the majority of your debt will pay off more quickly. You can see that graphically, or you can see it on the table on the right. You've got a pretty rapid reduction of payments every year. You'll see on the right-hand side by fiscal year the principal payments, the interest, and the total. So your total budget was in the current year about $6.3 million for debt service. 5 million of that was principal. So you're retiring about $5 million a year of principal from your current debt profile. And that far right column is a measurement we look at to determine how fast or slowly a local government is retiring debt. It's called a 10-year payout ratio. It looks forward and says, how much debt are we retiring in the next 10 years? You're at about 75%. Higher is better. Okay? We know all of your payments to the penny, everything is fixed rate. The only reason any of the existing debt would change would be if you all proactively look to change it, primarily for refunding purposes, and we try to stay current with staff on that. I'm going to go through these next couple of pages a little bit more quickly. I'm trying to be mindful of the clock here. We have done a few more comparisons on some debt ratios. So page 13 is showing you on that 10-year payout ratio, if you wanted to adopt a policy for that established as a minimum level, meaning you would have to stay above it, you would be, and that policy, if that policy were at 50%, you wanted to stay above that. You're well above it now. And on the comparison in the upper right, remember, Nash County is in gold, all of those other national counties in light green, North Carolina counties in dark green. You want that gold bar further to the right. You line up very well with your national and North Carolina county peers on this particular debt ratio. The next is page 14, debt to assessed value. So the amount of debt outstanding as a percent of the tax base, which is about $7.5 billion. Your ratio is about 0.69%. You can see that on the left-hand side. The debt outstanding as a percent of the tax base. You all do have a policy that says we want that to be no higher than 2%. You're well below it. In fact, when we look at this, you have some capacity to take on some additional debt if you choose to and still maintain compliance with your policy. On the upper right, you can see lower is better here. You want your bar further to the left. You can see you compare very favorably to the North Carolina peers in the dark green. You're lower than all of those medians. The national are lower, but we lose a little bit of comparability. There are a lot of states where counties are not responsible for school debt. You have independent school districts that have taxing authority and debt issuance authority, so there's a little bit of comparability loss there. But relative to your North Carolina peers, you're very well positioned, and you're considered for Moody's in their very strong category. So policy is in good shape, and there is capacity to consider taking on some additional debt if you choose to. Lastly, on page 15 is debt service as a percent of your budget, essentially. So remember, I said you were paying about $6 million a year as a percent of the budget. That's about 6%. You have a policy currently that says we don't want it to go below, or excuse me, above 12%. There may be some discussion about bumping that up to 15% if needed or if determined to be prudent. Either way, you're well below those levels, and you're, again, in compliance with your own policy, and you also compare well to your national and North Carolina peers on the upper right. You want that gold bar to be further to the left, and you are either at or below the median, and you're in the S&P very strong category. So all of those are saying, like fund balance, you've got good debt management policies in place. We know that's worth 10 to 20% of the rating, and your policies are good policies. They might be revisited and enhanced, and you're in compliance. Okay? All right, 16, a lot of numbers here, but it's pretty straightforward if we just kind of work our way from left to right. What we're trying to communicate here for y'all is, what is your repayment plan for debt that's on the books today? Nothing new yet, just the existing debt. And so when you look at this page starting on the left, we've got fiscal year 20 through all the way out into fiscal year 50. Column B as in boy is the annual payments that you're making on your existing debt today. We know that every year going forward. Column C is a placeholder for some new projects that we'll talk about in a moment. Columns D, E, and F are the projections that are supporting PAYGO funding for the county, for the schools, and for the community college. That is annual appropriation of current year revenues for PAYGO projects, whatever they may be. And it's a pretty healthy level of funding. The county, we've got projected at $1.5 million a year. The schools, just under $1.4 million. Community college, just under $500,000. Obviously, you will revisit that every year as part of the budget, but that is consistent with how you've been budgeting for PAYGO in the past. Column G is a placeholder for any operating impacts associated with these projects. So H is the sum of your current debt service and the PAYGO that has been historically included in the budget. Those are the funding you have to meet on a year-over-year basis if everything continues in the future as we've shown here. The middle of the page is where the dollars are coming from within your debt budgeting practices. So column I is the general fund appropriation for debt service. It's about $1.5 million. We've held that constant every year going forward. Column J is restricted sales tax monies at about $3.2 million. Obviously, this is something staff is keeping their eye on in light of what's going on with the shutdown and such, and people all over the state are looking at this, obviously. So as this process moves forward with capital project discussions, you may get some additional discussion here about sales tax projections as well, depending on how these numbers are coming through. That is a number that lags from the state by about 3 months, so it isn't as timely as it might be. Column K is lottery funds. Historically, you've received lottery fund distributions. When you all awarded back in the fall of 18, the $10 million for the needs-based grant for the school project from the Department of Instruction or Department of Education, part of the trade-off for getting that $10 million grant was that you would forego lottery money for a period of 5 years. So that started in the fall of 18, and as we were working with staff, we expect that that would be reinstated in fiscal year 24 as the lockout period ends related to that grant funding. So that's why that column K, lottery monies, is blank for the next 4 or 5 years. Column L is some monies you all have made available in the current fiscal year, one time for capital debt service. You can see it's footnoted there under footnote 4. And then you've also got ongoing revenues that you make available for capital of about $3 million a year. So essentially what we're doing with this model is we're summing up the left-hand side columns in H. Those are the payments that are expected to go out. The middle of the page are the revenues that have been identified in the budgeting process, and column O is where we compare those. Are we short or are we good, to the good? And what you'll notice under column O is we do have about 3 years of shortfalls. Remember, this is just the existing debt. But way over on the right, you all have set some monies aside in prior years for debt service in a capital reserve, which is about $3.3 million. And so the expectation would be going forward that you can continue to tap into that capital reserve when and if needed in any fiscal year to supplement your debt budget, such that when we put this all together and working with staff, I guess our conclusion here was the debt you have on the books today is funded through a combination of annual revenues, a little bit of accumulated revenues, but in any event, it's sort of sustainable, and that you should have the ability without any problem here, with some adjustments if you need to, budget by budget, but reasonable takeaway that that debt is paid for from those revenue sources that have been identified. Okay? Keep in mind that capital reserve fund is over and above any of that general fund balance that I talked about on a few slides ago. It's a totally separate set of funds. And it is also different in that green box in the bottom right from dollars you set aside, $2 million for health department expenditures, $750 for Northern Nash, and about $230 for courthouse projects. Those are other dollars that you set aside. So you've done quite a good job of not only growing that fund balance over the years, but also setting aside some capital reserves generally as well as for specific projects. Keep in mind there are no operating costs built into this model. This is just capital. The other thing I want to point out to you, and it'll be more meaningful in the next few slides, is 1 penny on the county's tax rate generates about $750,000. So when we start talking about potential new projects and new debt and whether or not it's affordable, we'll measure it in pennies on the tax rate, with each penny generating about $750,000. Okay? All right. Your summary of your capital improvement plan is on page 18. You'll see that it encompasses 5 years, fiscal year 21 through 25. The top 7 lines are looking at general fund capital requests by department, and you'll see what those are for each fiscal year on line 5. Over the 5-year period, they sum up to about $31 million, 31.6. Capital project funds are on lines 7 through 15, heavily weighted towards FY21, particularly with the detention and elementary school projects. That section of the CIP is about $34 million. So when you look at line 17, between the general fund capital and the capital projects funds over this 5-year period, order of magnitude is right about 66 million of identified projects that, again, you all will look at year by year and assess the prioritization, the viability of doing those, but big picture for planning, that's what we're working with. The bottom of the page is the plan for where the money would come from to fund those projects. So I mentioned earlier, you have a lot of PAYGO that's in your budget. County PAYGO, school PAYGO, and community college on lines 23, 24, and 25. Those are all assumed to be carried forward year by year, and they're going to offset a good chunk of the capital needs at the top of the page. You've got some other grant funding that has been identified. At the end of the day, what we're measuring is line 34, which is with all the projects that have been identified and the cash funding sources we know, what's left that we might need to borrow for in order to fund the entire CIP as presented. And you'll see that on line 34. It's about $33.9 million over this 5-year period, 21 million of which is potentially in fiscal 21, the budget you're working on, for primarily the detention and the school project. And I think you'll be hearing more about the school projects later today or tomorrow. So that is what we have to work with on the capital program. Again, it's not set in stone, it's usually approved, and it's memorialized as part of the budget, at least on a year-by-year basis, particularly with FY21 being the real area of focus for this upcoming budget. We drilled down to some of the details on page 19 for what's in the FY21 CIP. And again, I think this is being reviewed and vetted and further refined with staff and will be presented to you all. My understanding is it's not growing, it's likely to shrink. Certain projects may not get prioritized as highly, so these numbers may well come down. But this is just giving you the detail, and there's more detail in the appendix if you care, about what projects might be under consideration for funding in FY21. And we're getting down to the bottom line, what is the potential borrowing that we would do in fiscal 21 if we wanted to move forward? And it's just under 21 million using estimates for those projects. They've not been bid yet. They're under design and engineering. At some point they will be bid, which will further inform, this modeling. So what we've done is we've modeled this up with staff, just doing the borrowing. I'm going to round up to 21 million as if it were going to happen about a year from now, spring of 21. Because all of these projects, particularly the two, detention and the school, have to be designed, have to be permitted, and then you go out and bid the projects. And the Local Government Commission in Raleigh says, look, when you come to us for approval of a financing, we need the bids in hand. So the idea would be is that design and engineering would be moving forward for the bulk of the next several months, and we'd be in a position to borrow money, let's call it in the spring. And in doing so, you wouldn't have a payment due until the subsequent fiscal year, which would be fiscal year 22. You're working on FY21 budget. There may be projects moving forward, but no new debt for these projects. That would start in fiscal year 22. So you'd be dealing with that new debt service presumably next year. We've done it a fairly conservative debt structure, 20 years at 4%. That's above market by about 1%. In other words, if you were borrowing today for 20 years, you'd be closer to 3 or a tad below 3%. And 20 years is generally in keeping with what the Local Government Commission likes to see. So that's what we're working with on the funding. We go back on 20 and we show you what that new debt would look like in the light blue, layered in on top of the debt you have on the books already, right? So we talked about that 52 million of debt you have that's paying off over time. The light blue is what this potential $21 million of debt would look like if issued next spring for a 20-year period. Okay? We go back and we look at those 3 debt ratios that we discussed earlier with policies, potential policies. The upper, I'm on page 21. The upper left is that 10-year payout ratio. You're at about 75% now. We want to see that at least not drop below, let's say, if you have a policy of 50%. So if you were to take on that debt, you'll see that light green bar goes down a little bit in that chart in the upper left, but it doesn't get anywhere close to that red line. So that is just sort of acknowledging that if you were to adopt that policy and move forward with this project and with this debt, you would be able to show compliance with that policy. The same holds true for debt to assessed value in the upper right and debt service to expenditures in the lower left. So the capacity for these types of debt projects is there. The question is the affordability, right? So they're related but different concepts. So very comfortable saying the way you've managed yourselves historically with debt in a conservative fashion, you've got good policies, but even if you consider moving forward with primarily these two big projects that might require something around $20 million of debt, the capacity is there within the county's finances, and it would allow you to continue in keeping with your AA rating. The affordability question is what we address on page 22. You've seen this. I walked through that page. The only thing that has changed here is we've added the new debt service under column C. So we have shown you what that new annual payment would be if you did that borrowing next spring. And you would see that that payment starts at about $1.8 million a year, and it steps down, and it starts in fiscal year 22. So column C is the only thing we've added here. And we have the same sources of funding in the middle of the page. No changes from what we looked at earlier. When you get over to the right-hand side of the page, you'll now see that under column S, as in Sam, there are a couple of tax rates included. That is the equivalent number of pennies on the tax rate that would be needed to fund the debt service for this new debt on top of what you're already paying in debt service. So remember what I said earlier, you're funding annual dollars into the debt service budget, but you also had that $3.3 million, and you were using that over 3 or 4 years. When we add the debt service associated with these projects, we go through those monies, and we are coming up with a shortfall. That shortfall is occurring in fiscal years 22 and 23, and it's the equivalent of about 3 pennies on the tax rate. Now, that does not mean that's how you have to solve the problem or the issue. There's lots of ways to work at that. It may be that you reconsider certain projects or the timing of projects or the amounts that you're willing to approve for the project, or you decide you might want to dedicate other dollars to the debt budget rather than raising taxes or repurposing existing pennies. But it's a good mental benchmark as to what the equivalent number of dollars are that's needed. So it's the equivalent of about 3 pennies, or you could move to put about $0.015, a little less than $0.015 in place in fiscal 21 and solve that issue. Alternatively, it would require you to spend about another $4.5 million of reserves to supplement your debt budget over a number of years. So we're simply just trying to give a little perspective on if these are the projects you want to do and the timing, given your current budgeting approach for debt, the resources that you have fall a bit short, and we're giving you some perspective on how much and when and some different ways that you might consider budgeting for those, again, be it pennies on the tax rate or identifying revenues elsewhere that you could use to supplement your debt budget.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Lamb. You probably going to ask the same question I am. Go ahead.
If we went 15-year money instead of 20, C and S would increase, correct?
C would increase. The annual payment would go higher for the same amount of money, and the deficits or the shortfall over in S would be slightly larger. But you would be saving, 5 years of interest expense on the back end.
Right.
Under C, I see you got the tax increase a little bit for 22 and 23. Do the years beyond that include that tax increase, or does it go back to where we already are?
The years beyond that included, it's under column P as in Paul, is the new revenue that would be coming in. So we have assumed that
I see it now.
that incremental new revenue continues.
Right.
Which, if that were to be how it played out, obviously you would have some decisions to make about pulling back that tax rate, or it would be positioning you all for, other needs down the road.
I think, go ahead.
I was going to say, the lottery funds that are taken away, it would be possible to, instead of raising those taxes those 2 years, easily I think you can absorb the first year. The second year, if you were to spend fund balance, the following year you start getting that lottery money back. So,
Right.
Well, is that not built in there?
Yes, but if you look at the column R, after we have those 2 years of a deficit,
You start gaining
having
again.
a surplus.
I got you.
Yeah, and for this conversation, I would suggest we flip to 23, because you'll see that a little bit better. It is essentially, takes a few years, it's in column L in green, it takes a few years of some additional funding to plug the gap, even with lottery money kicking back in 2024. So those green, the numbers in green there sums up to about $4.5 million. So another way of saying it is, whether it's from fund balance or some other source, it would require, what is that, about 6 years worth of supplementing your debt budget from reserves that could amount to about $4.5 million. Now, keep in mind, we've tried to be conservative in the interest rate. We don't know what the project costs are. I have to, reemphasize that there's no operating impacts included here for these projects, if there are any. Those are important. But you've managed that fund balance well. As we said earlier, you're above your policy. That could be something that's in play in future budgets.
Plus your assumed growth rate is 1.5%, which we're hitting right now.
Correct.
This year.
And the only thing that we're growing at that 1.5% is the assumption of the value of a penny, the revenues that 1 penny on the tax rate generates. We're not growing columns I, J, or K. You'll notice those other funding sources are not, they're flat.
I think just summing up what you said, we're gonna be okay with this. We wouldn't want to do a whole lot more than this, the way this board generally thinks. I think this board would, at the time we make these decisions down the road a little bit, would want to see the 15-year and see what it saved us. And I think our keen interest is going to be to see what it would do to fund balance to offset the shortfall with fund balance in lieu of tax rate. I think they're the key things we'd want to see. Any other questions of Mr. Cole? Ms. Leggett?
At what point will we begin to discuss our sales tax projections?
I'm assuming we're going to start a little bit tomorrow.
Okay.
I would certainly think.
I actually have it on my manager's report as a preview today.
Today, okay.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, but of course, as we know, we can only guess right this minute. Of course, our staff are darn good guessers, but it's just more of an unknown than it normally is at this point in time. Mr. Belfield?
Bond rating, if you consistently each year pulling from your fund balance to help balance your budget, how often can you do that without affecting your bond rating? I know I think across the state they recommend at least 8% of your budget, and we're at 15, but how long?
Right. So the way I would answer that is, for the rating agencies, their perfect world is you add to fund balance every year and you never see it drop. The reality is, they certainly understand, and if you can manage it for capital, if you're spending it for capital versus operating, they view that positively. Your policy also acknowledges that there may be periods of time or events that occur that require you to spend reserves. Now, you're not in jeopardy of falling below your policy. In fact, as of FY19, you were about $4.3 million above your policy. So I think the comfort that the rating agencies get is that if you are spending fund balance, there's been a discussion and a plan to support it, rather than sort of a year-over-year kind of filling the hole, plugging the gap, or whatever the right term is. So I think laying this out, that you would be potentially taking on a capital program, you have good fund balance policies in place that presumably you'd be able to demonstrate compliance with, and that you would be potentially using fund balance to supplement your capital program for a number of years. I think that story plays very well with them because, again, it's laid out. There's been a lot of transparency with the board, and it's been a thought-through program as opposed to something you might do ad hoc year by year.
Mr. Lamb?
One more comment. Just for commissioners that might be the first time you've heard this presentation, you can see that the courthouse project was a 15-year loan, and that's included in B, right?
Yes.
Okay. The community college was a GO bond, which allows you to go out 30, 40 years. And I think we went 40 years or 35 years. So column F was a GO bond where you have a vote of the people. So most counties, unless you absolutely have to go out and do a GO bond, most counties are doing 15. Most banks prefer 15. Some banks won't even quote you 20-year, but you don't go more than 20 years when you collateralize with what you're building as your collateral. Yeah.
Right. Good.
Yeah, and I think we will certainly, as your budget evolves and your capital program, and as you're getting a better handle on things like sales tax and the project schedules themselves. I know the architects are working. One of the first things that they will do is develop a schedule, and we're trying to get to when are those projects going to be bid, because that's what the local government commission needs. And we would build the financing schedule around that and build in the opportunities to come back and talk to y'all about 15 years versus 20 and just how the financing might work. And I think we'll have better information how FY20 ended and things like that to help rework some of this a little bit.
For next year's budget, we're not building in any debt service for those two big projects. We anticipate, as he said, bidding that out in the spring, which means if you do 6 months payments, it won't be until the next budget year.
Any other questions of Mr. Cole? Sir, we appreciate you being here again.
Thank
Great
you.
information.
Thank you very much.
You are available for a call once we study it more.
Anytime.
If we have some,
Yes, sir.
we'll give it to the manager, but the way you lay it out is certainly very easy to understand. We appreciate you doing it that way. Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. I'm now going to go, I've got a text from the sheriff that he is available, and as you recall, he was in a class today that he was required to be at, and he's over here on his lunch break. So I'm going to move to item number 25 to take care of 24 and 25. And Sheriff, I gave you the option to come before Mr. Boone or after. Knowing your schedule, you want to come before is wonderful. You came in too quick. I wanted to compliment you some before you got here at your request, sir, per tax. But thank you for being here. Thank you for being the sheriff of Nash County. You are a great sheriff, and I don't need to tell you that. You got in here too quick. Didn't even get time to clean it up for you.
It's good enough. I got a good immune system.
You got a good immune system. That's wonderful. But thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
If you'll proceed with your report on the detention center, and Mr. Boone will come behind you.
Okay. Thank y'all for letting me change this up. One of the things we talked about was through Nash Community College doing the detention school, and doing more of them. We've made it mandatory. We're the first county to do this in the state, that every senior command officer in our office will be dual certified. And most of our senior command staff are instructors, so that they will be able to instruct in the detention things, so that hopefully we can get that moved over to Nash County here instead of going other places to attend jail schools. That's one of the problems with hiring and retention, is starting with the training. You have to go all over to be able to get a officer. Then he's got to go through this program. The programs are 1 or 2 times a year, and the retention then, a lot of them are leaving. I think that we can aid in that by bringing more to the instruction of it. So that's one of the great things that I think we're moving towards. As you know, during this COVID time, it's a lot of inmates are out. I would consider this the good times, because unfortunately, I think a lot of these people are going to be back. Several of them that we have released through the Superior Court and through the court system have already come back and forth 2 or 3 times. But I think after this epidemic's over, our numbers will grow again. But at this time, we're running about 107 people. We've got anywhere from 60 to 80 males at the time. Right now, what we're working on doing is bringing the females back. I think the work will be completed in there this afternoon. So this afternoon or tomorrow, we're going to try to bring the 5 females back. We've started another program in the jail, I think, that's going to help with the unruliness that we've had before. It's called a STEP program. So when you come into our jail where the old female section is, you've got to go into close custody, and then you work your way down to more open dorm setting that we have, or other types of detention. It seemed to have worked, but we really can't tell how well it's going to work until we get the capacity back to where we're at through the state. But at this time, it's working, and I think everything's working well. I want to thank Jonathan for what he's did in moving the jail forward. Chairman, I want to say, and I think all of us need to give him a hand of appreciation for the amount of time that you've put into the jail and working back and forth, and emails and phone calls and stuff going. I know you got a personal business, but thank you for the amount of time you're putting into it. We're looking at the program of the $10 million of how to be spent and what we need to do, looking at the blueprints. Alan Wilson, one of my captains, is overseeing that, chairman, and also, I guess Mosley's looking at this too. I think that's going to help a lot with our team looking at it. I'm not good at looking at these blueprints, telling where something needs to be, but I feel very confident of the team that they put together. So we're working to move in that direction. Questions?
Question from Commissioner, the Sheriff. We have him before us this morning. I'd like to get any questions answered. I have a couple, but Commissioners, go ahead.
Did I understand you say you have 107 inmates now?
That is correct. And, you know, at times, we've had up to 300 inmates, so it's the good times that we have right now. And I think 12 to 14 of those are waiting a backlog to go to DOC, and obviously DOC is not taking any inmates at this time, so that's 12 to 15 of them that's waiting to be transported out, that have been convicted or sentenced, and they're waiting to go back into the system.
And then did I understand you say you implement a STEP program?
That is where we're bringing in, when an inmate comes in off the street, whether he's charged with just a domestic or charged with first-degree murder, whatever the charges might be. If he comes off the interstate, if he comes from your backyard, he goes into close custody, and then he has to work and get good behavior points before he moves out of secure setting, close custody, before he goes into any other type of facility within our detention facility. In other words, the more freedom, obviously the open-based system is a lot of freedoms. At this time, what we're trying to do is use those female dorms that we're using, 35, 38 of them, to be able to classify these inmates, because before we didn't have the ability to classify. I think it's working very well.
Other thoughts, comments, questions?
I know we all appreciate you coming in this morning, Sheriff.
Thank you. And I appreciate the effort that y'all put, and Chairman, I really appreciate the time you put. I think I've talked to him more in the week than I do to anybody else back and forth, but thank you.
We have talked quite a bit. Couple questions, Sheriff. When you go from 300 to 107 now, do you anticipate us learning anything moving forward where we would be able to, I know the inmate population is going to go up, but does it have to go back to 300, or are we learning something during this process? Every bad deed needs to come out with a good deed, but do you think we're going to learn some things to help us keep it down from where it has been?
I think we are, and one of the things that I look at is...
I know that's out of your control.
No, I think it's right in the realm of my responsibility, because I think that a lot of these people that are in here, if it's a first-time offense and they're doing something, they're in there, we need to try to do what we can to get them out, unless they're here against the victimizing the public, where there are serious concerns of the public. However, these that go in 2 and 3 times, I think it should be noted and highlighted that, hey, these people are back in the system every time, and maybe DOC is a better correctional facility to keep them. In other words, give them time and keep them over there instead of burdening the counties back and forth, not only with law enforcement, but with the backing up the court system and things of that nature, that the state can look at saying, hey, these offenses, like 3 strikes, you're out, but they can take more notice of where we're at. I think this is a time to reflect. While we're on this COVID time, you've got time to reflect and see the things that are working, things that are not working.
Good, I hope so. The other thing that I've been fascinated with more than probably anything else during this period of time is Captain Wilson explained the other day when we were together, and you were there also, how he was now, we all talked about 6 months ago how we had to keep all these gangs separated. And now he's doing something different where he's not going at it separated. He's using your STEP program where he appears to be almost trying to put them together somewhat. Could you enlighten the board a little bit in that change of philosophy?
I can, and that is the part of bringing leadership in. He's had a lot of training with Highway Patrol, with gangs, and also reaching out to one of the counties that we look up to is New Hanover County. They do a lot with gangs. They're very up to date on the things. They're CALEA certified, which is the highest certification you can get, and we're in the process of doing that. There's only 7 counties that have that at this time, and we're working towards that. And part of the leadership that he's brought in our office is these people live on the streets, so they're in gangs in the streets. They can be inside of the facility, and you can do that as long as you have a mechanism for bad behavior, which is these lockdown facilities and what we're building with the 100 lockdown facilities. You can do that type of stuff. And I think it's going to cut down on the ability of a person coming in for a small crime that's not in a gang and then being put into a dorm that is led by a gang, and then they having to be indoctrinated into that. It's just a different philosophy, and that's why the training and the educational aspect of detention is so changing every day. And the thing is we've got to be on the cutting edge of technology. It's one of the programs we looked at. A lot of counties have said, oh, this might not work, but it's working. And as long as you have that mechanism for bad behavior to go into lockdown, I think it'll work. As a child, when we're coming up, you'll do what you can get by with. But when you find out there's strong repercussions for it, I don't think you'll have those issues. And it really helps with the classification.
Well, I greatly appreciate you being here this morning. I want to say things are trending much better between the Nash County Board of Commissioners, administration, and the Sheriff's Office. It took an effort from both sides, and we are certainly looking forward to getting this facility built, giving you the lockdowns that you have asked for, which we very quickly recognize you need, and look forward to working through the process and getting the plans as your team helps direct us to do it. Really looking forward to working with Captain Wilson in that particular aspect of it. But thank you for being here. We will let you get back to class.
Thank you, and I appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
We thank you for what you're doing. And
Amen.
it's good to see us working in a positive way, working together. We're going to get this thing done.
It'll work, and it is. And I want to mention one other thing about Nash Community College. What an awesome ability we have to put on these schools that we're doing this close to home. You know, a lot of times we forget about our community colleges, but that's one of the things, and one of the instructors told me during that time, they can go everything from fix a car to fix a person to cook a dinner. There's a lot of things offered out there, and their law enforcement and first responder program, that's really helping our ability for hiring detention officers. We're 7 short now. We just had interviews with 2, so we're hoping to reduce that number down, but it makes it a whole lot easier with that. But thank y'all.
One final question. Mental illness, in my opinion, I may be wrong, that it's getting to be a problem nationwide.
It is.
People you think are normal, and all of a sudden, boom. So are you taking into account mental illness as you place those that have to be incarcerated?
We are, and that's why this closed custody is so good, so that you can take those type of people and put them in smaller settings or closed settings, so that they're not around the general public, so that they're not outbursts, and if it does, it don't disrupt the whole jail. That is one of the things, State, you got to remember, as we come up, there was Cherry Hospital, there was Dorothea Dix. There's none of those places now, and the only place that there is Coastal Plains, if they put them in there, or the county jail. And that's why this training that we're doing now is so important. A lot of it is based on mental illness, of how to deal with these inmates to get them where they're not having these programs. But we have a doctor on staff that comes in and evaluates these people if there's problems, a nurse on staff, and, you know, we try to get them to medical care. But it's a very sad situation, but not only here, but across America. And I think with this COVID and things of that, you're going to see a lot more depression and things of that nature. It's more for society to deal with.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
See you later.
That was item 25. I'm going to back up to 24, and I think Mr. Boone is outside, and asked him to come in and do his monthly report on the detention center. Good afternoon now, sir.
My presentation.
I'll hand it out.
So just have a quick report for you. Should move fairly quickly. Be glad to answer any questions you may have. So again, you've seen this slide every month. Just to remind you of the budget that the commissioners had set for work at the jail. Recall that we started the year with $550,000 budgeted through the CIP for improvements at the detention facility. That budget was augmented on March 5th with additional $500,000, and we had 2 other projects that were approved in the CIP that we have deferred, and that was some plumbing improvements in north-south block for $112,000 and elevator modernization at the Sheriff's Department of $130,000. Again, numbers I provided for you each month, so you have a sense of how the funds that have been allocated have been spent or encumbered. Recall at our January 6th meeting, the county had either spent or encumbered I'm going to round that number off, $348,000 in spent or encumbered. I came back to you on February 3rd. That number had increased fairly dramatically to $542,000. In March, again, number increased from $542,000 to $632,000. April 6th, slight increase from $632,000 to roughly $648,000. And then, as I report this month, that number has increased to $671,000. So an increase of roughly $23,253. And most of the additional expense was related to resolution of some outstanding invoices. As I recall, there was some work in the main control room at the detention facility initially quoted that once the work was completed, it came back a little higher than the initial estimate. And we also had 2 elevators in the facility that were having some issues, and we brought our contractor Thiessen Crump on site, and that work ended up being a little bit more expensive than originally quoted. But again, as we stand today, spent or encumbered $671,000 out of that roughly $1,050,000. One quick edit, one of the drawbacks of using the same PowerPoint presentation from month to month, the title on the slide, instead of February 3rd, should read April 6th. Again, that's when I last reported to the commissioners. And our attention since April 6th has primarily been focused on a few items. One is, again, working to resolve some of the issues that were flagged during the December 10th inspection by Department of Health and Human Services. And primarily that is entailed working to repair several of the energy recovery fans on the roof to the facility. And we are working through that process. We've ordered the parts and been able to repair one of those. And now we're moving to the next unit. As I recall, there are 5 of those on the roof of the jail. But we're having to deal with the vendor on those particular units. They date back to the construction of the facility in the late 90s, so sourcing those parts has been a bit of a challenge. But we'll continue to work through that with our facility maintenance staff. In addition to that item, we've focused on securing quotes for some additional work that will take place in the former juvenile section of the detention facility and also the east-west block. In early April, we met with the sheriff's office to discuss how we might be able to move forward with some renovations in that area. Heretofore, that area had been decommissioned, which really dates back to the letter back in December, and no work done in those areas. And since that time, we have jointly determined that we believe we can reinvest in the juvenile section and the east-west block. That will provide the additional capacity up to 51 additional beds in the facility to increase the capacity. So since our meeting in April and a joint walkthrough of that area of the jail with the Sheriff's Department staff, we've identified a number of improvements, and again, working with vendors to secure quotes for that work. COVID-19 has complicated that a little bit, but we're working through that as quickly as we can. Actually hope that we'll receive our last quote on some cleaning and painting. Well, really, I'm hoping to receive that today so we can get work started on that, and then shortly after that, we'll have a metal fabricator come in and start tackling some of the structural repairs. But again, you only see an increase since the report last month of $23,000, so we're in a bit of a lull. But as we start work on the east-west section and the former juvenile section, you'll see those expenses accelerate again, and I hope to have more to report to you about those elements at my report next month. One project that you are aware of, and I think I've mentioned each month when I've reported to the commissioners, you will recall late in calendar year FY 2019, still fiscal year 20, commissioners approved a contract with Johnson Controls or Tyco for some security system improvements at the detention facility. That work started, as I recall, in mid-March, and we've had a vendor or contractor on site installing conduit, running the Cat6 cable for those cameras, roughly 54 cameras, and anticipate the installation work will be completed the middle of this month, middle of May, and then the next phase of the project will entail training staff at the sheriff's office how to use this new equipment. We'll bring a lot of additional functionality to the sheriff's office for monitoring inmates, specific inmates or groups of inmates in the facility. But that work has progressed relatively quickly. And again, anticipate the installation portion of that project to wrap up by not next Friday, Friday week, the 18th of this month. Another capital project we have at the facility is replacement of the cooler freezer in the kitchen. You will recall there's been quite a bit of conversation about the cooler freezer. We initially identified issues with that unit back in November. We're waiting for the needs assessment to be completed to give us some indication of the direction we would head with the facility. We certainly didn't want to replace the unit with a unit that would not be compatible with the recommendations by Mosley Architects. We've since received that report, which you're well aware, and based on the recommendations in the needs assessment, we moved forward with preparing a bid document. We have disseminated that document. We have completed or held the pre-bid meeting, and we anticipate receiving bids on that replacement unit this Thursday at 4 p.m. So that project is moving forward, and as soon as we award that project, we'll certainly bring that back to the commissioners for affirmation, and then move as quickly as we can to source that new unit and remove the existing unit that is in the kitchen at the jail. Again, as I've done each month, again, just want to touch base on those items that date back to the comprehensive inspection, that semi-annual inspection we had from the Department of Health and Human Services back in December, and wanted to make you aware that, again, all the items have been completed except for 6 that we're continuing to work on. I mentioned 1, those energy recovery fans in the jail, but pleased with the progress that's been made to date, and again, we've still got a few items to resolve. But most significant items have been addressed, and we're just working through these last remaining items. It's just taking a little bit longer due to the complexity of this specific issue. But we did have a couple of items, and items continue to be on hold from that report in December and reference in the needs assessment, specifically as they relate to the juvenile section, which I mentioned earlier, former juvenile section, east-west block and north-south block. We will be addressing any issues in juvenile and east-west as part of this work that I mentioned earlier. We're working on quotes north-south. However, we've decided to not invest in that area for the time being, and I believe that's one of the topics of conversation that we will entertain as we're working with Mosley Architects on the renovation and the expansion of the facility to determine how best to utilize that square footage moving forward. Again, as I've done each month, just want to give you a quick report on work orders that we have received at the detention facility dating back to the first of the calendar year. You recall during my report in January 6th, at that time there were 44 outstanding work orders at the detention facility. In February, that number had dropped to 26. In March, my March 5th report, you recall there were 22. April, again, 22 different work orders. Some were the same, some had been closed, some new had been added, but roughly 22 work orders. And then this month, we have 23 outstanding work orders at the facility that we're continuing to work through. I will say again, COVID-19 has created some challenges for us as far as addressing some of those items. Certainly any urgent items we are addressing as quick as we can. Others that may be able to be delayed until we can go in and address multiple work orders at one time. We have tried to do so to minimize the likelihood of bringing the virus into the facility or potentially for exposure for our staff. But as it stands today, we have 23 work orders pending at the detention facility, all relatively minor, but we do still have some work left to do. Again, moving forward, as you recall at the report in January, I mentioned that we intended to begin a monthly inspection between facility maintenance staff and sheriff office staff. We created a checklist back in March that we intended to use, and we completed our first joint inspection this past week, May 1st. It went reasonably well. I think there's maybe some refinements we need to make to the process to help process move along in a little more orderly fashion, but was certainly a good exercise for facility maintenance staff and sheriff's office staff working together to complete our own inspection of the facility, at least for those occupied areas in the facility at the jail, and that will result in some additional work orders that will add to that total of 23. But for our first pass, I thought that went reasonably well, and we'll continue to streamline that process moving forward. Smoke purge fans was an item that was referenced in December. We've since completed 3 monthly inspections with the Assistant Fire Marshal's Office. You'll see those dates, February 6th, March 10th, April 14th. In each case, we passed the inspection flying colors. Fire Marshal's Office has documented that inspection and recorded it in their system. And then third item you'll see there, still working, have not resolved that matter yet, working with Johnson Controls to commission an annual inspection by an outside third party of that smoke purge system. But again, in the interim, we have begun the process of inspecting that system monthly with our own staff, with the support of Fire Marshal's Office, and feel comfortable with that work to date. And then finally, moving forward, and this certainly applies to the work that we have in front of us with the former juvenile section east-west. We continue to be committed to work with the Sheriff's Office, working with the Sheriff, and certainly appreciate his cooperation, and that certainly of Captain Wilson. He's been certainly instrumental in helping us move forward on a number of the items that we've made progress on in the recent past, and certainly the work we have before us in the immediate future. But again, continue to work with them to identify and implement economically viable facility-related improvements and needed security enhancements geared towards primarily providing additional housing capacity, getting back up to maximum capacity at the facility to minimize the number of inmates that need to be housed off-site. And that primarily involves focusing on older sections of the facility and to address their inmate classification needs in the jail. And with that, concludes my report, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Boone on that report?
Mr. Boone, have you got a timeline, a schedule for the expansion project? I guess at some point you'll review that and.
What I would say is it's my impression that commissioners want to move forward as quickly as we possibly can, and that has been expressed to Mosley Architects, certainly during our work with Mosley to negotiate the scope and fee. Reminded Dan Mace of that, and of course he was already aware based on experience with the county conversations to date. But I will say that'll be one of the first items of business as we pull together a coordinating team with representatives from staff and the Sheriff's Office to work with Mosley Architects on the renovation and the expansion. When I posed that question to Dan initially, I asked him if everything falls right into place, how quickly do you think we could be ready to put the project out to bid? He says 6 months. I was hoping by the end of the calendar year. But again, he understands we want to move forward as quickly as humanly possible to get this project out to bid so we can provide the sheriff with additional containment cells that he's indicated he needed, both within the existing footprint and the expanded footprint. So 6 months is our target, but we certainly like to move quicker if we could. But we also recognize one of the factors that we really can't predict is how quickly we'll be able to get our project reviewed and approved by the state. The section that we work with through Department of Health and Human Services, that section is also responsible for hospitals and nursing homes. And due to this response to the pandemic, those areas are getting a lot of attention to date, but we're relying on Mosley Architects' expertise, their working relationship with the Department of Health and Human Services, our working relationship with the Department of Health and Human Services to try to mitigate the impact to our schedule and, again, get this project out to bid as quickly as we possibly can.
Can you just make that an update item when you do these monthly updates?
I certainly will.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Other questions, comments from Mr. Boone? As always, we thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I believe that finishes up your stuff for today, doesn't it, Mr. Boone?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Schedule.
I understand that, for the Board of Commissioners, I say. What I'd like to do, if we're okay, is to finish up the regular agenda and then have a lunch and then do the closed session. Anybody objected to that? So you're looking at me awful funny.
Need a five-minute break.
You need a 5-minute break now?
You can keep rolling a few minutes.
All right, well, let me know. All right, we're now on item 18, back to 18, which is the fiscal year 2020 audit contract, and I hope Ms. Wood is, there she is. She is always ready. Apologize for the other department heads for jumping around so much this morning, trying to accommodate the sheriff's schedule and the class he's in. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, afternoon, not sure where we are right now.
It's well into afternoon now, but that's okay.
Okay, the first thing I have, as you indicated, is our fiscal year 1920 audit contract. The Local Government Commission requires the governing board to approve the audit contract annually. The audit contract is with Thompson Price Scott Adams and Company. The cost of the audit and the preparation of the annual financial statements for fiscal year 1920 is $48,500. And just to let you know, this is the same fee as we paid for fiscal year 1819 after we amended to include the additional Medicaid testing required by the state, which will also be required this fiscal year as well. So this audit contract is a standard local government audit contract and is available in your Board Effects library. There are no changes in the scope of the work, as I indicated, which included the amended Medicaid testing. There are no changes in the language or the contract affecting Nash County.
Okay. Any questions of Ms. Wood on this from the Commissioner or Mr. Lamb? Donna, we see so many governmental agencies that fail to complete an audit at the time they're supposed to more. It seems like it's more every year. Is that a reflection sometime on the audit firm? Because it looks like we never have that issue, or is it more staff, or could it be some of both? I know in our case, it's got a lot to do with staff, but could you have a good staff and a bad audit firm and still be late?
I am not sure. Fortunately, we haven't had to encounter that. I think a lot of times it's timing on requirements that come about with audit requirements where it takes time and certain counties or municipalities may be behind in getting that, or they're timing and seeking that outside third-party information, and it prevents the audit from getting completed timely.
And you haven't had any issue with this firm, apparently, as far as getting ours done on time?
I have not, no.
Okay. Mr. Lamb?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I would say it's primarily a situation of staff in some counties not getting information to the auditors. If you get the information to the auditors, like Ms. Wood and her staff does, it's not a problem. They get it done in time. So it's usually a breakdown in smaller counties, smaller municipalities where they have new staff and they don't understand all the rules.
I was trying to put a plug in for this audit firm, but apparently the plug's maybe not warranted. That's not the problem, it's the audit firm.
I think the plug is for our finance director and her staff.
We knew that coming in here, though.
Good job.
Thank you.
I agree with you 100%. All right, if no more questions, I'd entertain a motion to approve this contract.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Wells, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Audit contract stands approved. You have the next item, which is 19, which is a detention facility renovation and expansion project ordinance.
Okay, the attached project ordinance is submitted for approval for the Nash County Detention Facility Renovation and Expansion Capital Project. Based on the recommendations included in the report prepared by Mosley Architects, the Nash County Board of Commissioners plan to proceed with the implementation of Phase 1 with an estimated cost of $10 million. Phase 1 includes the outfitting or the retrofitting of existing dormitories to provide a 27-bed cell unit, various renovations, and several mechanical system upgrades in the older portion of the facility, as well as the construction of an addition to the detention facility intended to provide for up to 94 additional beds and related containment cells. Current funding for the project will be available from a transfer of funds from the general fund, and we're requesting $1 million if approved in the budget amendments, with plans to finance the project and reimburse the general fund once financing is approved and received. And the project ordinance is presented for your approval with the $1 million.
Okay, any questions from commissioners? Basically, we are taking some county money, putting it where we could spend it, and then plan to reimburse it once we get financing on the project, so we can keep moving forward. No question, I call a motion to approve the request.
Make a motion, we approve the request.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. That motion carries. Item number 20 is budget amendments. Ms. Wood, if you would continue.
Okay. This first budget amendment presented for approval is with Recreation Department. This budget amendment makes funds available that have already been collected in sponsorship revenue and for basketball all-star jerseys and sponsorship signage. It's $1,700. No county funds are required. The next item is a disaster recovery CARES provider relief funding. This budget amendments to budget funds from the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, which was signed into law March 27, 2020. These funds will be used to fund healthcare-related expenses or to offset lost revenue attributable to COVID-19. The Department of Health and Human Services dispersed the funds on a prorated basis to healthcare providers or suppliers that received Medicare fee-for-service reimbursements in 2019. We were provided $149,551, and no county funds are required. The next item is the fund balance appropriation. This budget amendment is to appropriate general fund balance to the detention facility renovations and expansion capital project, requesting $1 million. And the next item is with the Health Department. This budget amendment is to budget additional state funding to work to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus disease by carrying out surveillance, epidemiology, laboratory capacity, infection control, mitigation, communications, and other preparedness and response activities. We were provided $94,714. No county funds are required.
Okay. That's 4 budget amendments. Any questions on either of those 4?
I have a question.
Mr. Lamb?
The $1 million for the detention center,
Yes.
that's cumulative? That's the 500 plus the 500, or is that an additional?
It's a completely separate fund balance appropriation.
Okay, this is for the capital budget for the project.
Right, for the new project,
Okay.
for the newly.
Seed money.
Right.
Okay.
It's another loan situation, I guess. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right, any other questions? Entertain a motion to approve the 4 budget amendments.
I move that we approve the 4 budget amendments
All right, motion by
as stated.
Commissioner Bellfield. Second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion stand approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item on the agenda is 21, is board appointments. And I'm thinking Stacy will walk in right behind Ms. Wood. Boy, this works smooth, doesn't it?
At least they follow orders, right?
Somebody got them doing right out there.
Yeah,
Are you the program director in the hall?
everybody's managing themselves. We're doing great.
Wonderful. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, you're right. Board appointments.
Board appointments. The first one is for the Nash County Board of Adjustment. If you'll recall, we made an appointment last month to the board by moving alternate member number 1 up to the board. And then we shifted all the other alternate members up 1. So we have an alternate member number 1 and an alternate member number 2, and we need to fill the spot for alternate member number 3. I do apologize on your notes. I do still have listed there Mr. Tilley, who he did come off of the board. So we do have vacancies now in districts 2, 3, and 6. And you also have in front of you an application for Gwendolyn Wilkins. I believe that was a recommendation by Commissioner Wells.
Right.
Okay. Well, did you want to say anything about that recommendation?
I just would like to say that I would like to recommend Gwendolyn Wilkins. She would be an excellent person. She was not a yes person that would just fall in place because somebody wants her to. She would investigate to make sure things are doing right. And this would also put somebody in District 6. So I recommend Gwendolyn Wilkins. Well, I think it's alternate number 3. Is that
Yes,
what-
ma'am.
I would just make sure, Ms. Wells, you tell her what that alternate number 3 is.
She knows she's
How it
down the
works.
line. I done told her she's down the
Okay,
line.
all right, great. Some people get disappointed, I
Actually,
think, when they realize
Mr.
that.
Johnson's fixing to resign, I think. He's just not able to drive and stuff at night.
Right, I got you, understand.
And does he need to send something to you? If he wants to resign, or does he need to tell that board?
To Adam Tyson, the planning director.
I'll tell him, because he said something to me 2 or 3 times, so I'll tell him to go ahead and tell him.
Okay.
But he can't drive at 9, so.
Any questions on Ms. Wilkins? Entertain a motion for approval of this.
Move approval.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, the motion was by Commissioner Belfield, second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a light sign? Motion carries. TDA, I will tell you, I do have 3 vacancies. I just have not had the time this month to work on them. Been kind of busy. Actually, I kind of wanted to get through this month anyway because we're having our budget meeting next week or week after next anyway, and 2 of those members are really important to get me through one more budget time. So I'll do my best to have somebody for June to replace those members. A board member continues to serve until they're replaced when they're on one of our boards. So that's where I'm at with that. And as I said last time, I have a, just to refresh your memory, I done moved beyond that, but anyway.
2 collector members.
I got 2 collectors.
And 1 tourism-related member.
Tourism-related, which I need 2 people from a hotel ownership or working there, and I need 1 person, which I really have someone in mind for that one that's in the tourism business, which is replacing a current restaurant owner. It's another restaurant owner that has agreed to do it, but I just hadn't got her information yet, but I will get that together. And she lives in the, over there, name of the subdivision, West Haven. I don't know whose district that's in. Is that yours? Okay. So I will bring that to you. But if you have someone else, by all means, for a restaurant or a gas station or something, tourism related, bring it to the board and we'll just vote on which one we want to. I'm not discouraging you on that. I do have a restaurant owner that's wanted to serve on that board for a number of years since it's one available. But if you got someone, bring it anyway. And collectors, again, it's just need to work for a hotel or be an owner in a hotel.
Okay.
All right?
And that's all I have.
That's all you got, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Board appointments, Mr. Belfield, you got a question?
Oh, I was just gonna make a comment. I was
Yes, sir.
looking here on Board of Adjustment. District 2, Mac Tillis, who is resigning, I think I heard Stacy say.
Well, that's what we just took care of. She just failed to take it off in the report this time.
Yeah, but it's my district, and I was just gonna say, should I go and look for someone to replace him?
Well, I think I'll let you answer that, Stacy. I think I know what we did, but I want to make sure I'm right.
I won't touch it, Steve, since you just cleaned it. I apologize for the confusion. He was replaced last month. I believe we moved Dennis Ray Cobb from alternate member number 1 to be a regular board member. And then we shifted all of the other alternate members up 1. So then we have an alternate member number 1 and a number 2. And what we did today was we filled the alternate member number 3 slot. So it's full. That board is full with 3 alternates in place now.
But with Mr. Johnson coming off, we'll have another.
Right, right. When that takes place, then we'll have something else to do.
We'll have another one coming up shortly. And you don't have someone from your board, your district, what you saying?
Well, that's what I was looking at now.
Which districts
don't have anyone from District 2.
Right, nor did we have anyone from District 3 or 6. And so what we did today was we put someone in place as alternate number 3 to fill District 6. So we can look at that when the next member comes off the board. There's not enough slots, I don't think, with who are currently serving on the board to have somebody from every district.
Short, don't long up, you got one coming up soon?
Okay.
If you want to be looking, please be looking.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we are now on item 22, which is the monthly tax report. We'd ask Ms. Sumner to join us. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
once again.
Yes, sir. Okay, at this time, I'd like to present the monthly tax report. As you know, this is a requirement by the North Carolina General Statute that the collector's office provide the board with efforts that are being made in the tax collector's office to collect the property taxes. This report is designed to keep the board current on activities, and it is for informational purposes only, does not require any approval. However, it is recommended that you accept the report so that it be noted in the minutes.
Okay. Any questions on the report?
I would just comment, if no one's got any questions. If you look on page 114, you'll see through March, we were almost to where we were last year, and that continued.
Pretty good.
That continued in April, so we're just slightly behind where we were last April. I've seen the latest figures for April. We're lucky that the COVID-19 happened after 97% of the people had paid their taxes. And if this had happened in October, November, before people paid their taxes, I think it would be quite a lull, but it's going to be tough to reach where we were last year, because we're dealing with the 2% hardest to collect people. But her staff is working hard to keep pace all she can. So I just want to thank you, Doris. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Is it, what was the tax collection in any of the governor's list of things that you should give some relief on for a period of time? Was it actually listed or not listed? Or can he even do that with it being property tax collection?
I don't remember anything about.
I don't either, that's what I was thinking.
The motor vehicle renewals.
You're right, it did back them up.
Right.
Did that
So-
automatically back the tax up too, I guess, is the way you
Right.
collect it, so you're right.
Right, since you don't have to renew, you don't have to pay in advance.
And
So-
what was that, 3 months?
I believe so. So people in April, May, and June will get an extra period of time. So we won't be collecting that tax as much in the next 3 months.
Well, that in itself is gonna make it difficult to maintain your record of improvement every year.
Isn't that 30 days, April, May, and June, people are renewing
Yeah.
their
that-
license and paying their taxes?
Yeah, if you were supposed to renew in April, you don't have to renew in April. You can
Yeah,
renew
you got 30.
later on, which means we're not going to collect that tax in April. We may not collect it until next fiscal year. So, but the lucky thing about that is whatever we collect is our 100%, so we'll have less revenues, but it won't affect our percentage that much.
Did you make that rule or somebody else make it?
What, 100% rule?
No, it won't affect your percentage.
I mean, it's going to affect it a little bit, but I would say less than 0.05% for the year.
Okay, all right.
Well, people, with the way their department, transportation, motor vehicle, really, you got to have an appointment to renew your license. And,
Is that true of your tag? I know you do for your license, but is that true of your tag also?
No.
Of course, I don't think so,
well,
but I was actually closed up
I'm not sure
for a while.
about that.
Yeah.
I know,
Stand in line, because Roy's got his
No.
Friday.
Yep. You don't, it didn't
No.
affect that, did it? I didn't think it did. But our actual tag place, though it's opened back up, it did close down to begin with, for a week or two, I don't know how long.
If you look at page 6 of this report, which is page 119 of your calendar, through March, we had collected about 230,000, 25,000 more than last year. And so everything is looking good. I suspect over the next 3-month reports, you'll see those numbers come closer together. If not, fall behind.
Right. One thing that made me ask the question about the taxes, I noticed that the city of Rocky Mount in the last week has had their listing in the local paper of people that hadn't paid, and we haven't done that as of yet.
No, sir, we're scheduled for March the 27th.
For
May.
May the 20th.
May the 27th.
May the 27th, okay. I didn't know if there was an order in place that prevented you from being able to do that.
We can do it anytime after March 1, but we use that as a carrot to get people to pay it when we send out letters.
Sure.
You know, to avoid, and then we keep putting it back until we have to do it.
I got you. I thought Rocky Mount was out a little earlier than normal from what they have normally been doing. Okay, well, we are now on item 23, which is tax returns, tax refunds.
Yes, sir, we do have a refund that we need approved so that we can disperse those funds.
Rather large one, if I recall.
Yeah.
We have one tax refund we need to approve, entertain a motion to approve that one.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Tax refund stands approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Doris.
All right, thank you.
Would y'all make sure if my check marks and X marks are right, I think I'm complete with the agenda, and now I am on commissioner comments. Have I missed anything?
Nope, you're good.
Good. All right, it is commissioner comment time, number 26. Any commissioner have anything they wish to say?
The only thing I must say today that as we're going through this crisis with the coronavirus, COVID-19, that what I'm hearing and seeing is happening in states, like we're trying to push this thing into a partisan issue. And we ought to be emphasizing, let's work together. We can get through this thing a lot faster than some of the attitudes that I'm hearing and seeing, and I certainly hope here in this state and in this county that we don't start pushing it, making it sound like it's partisan.
Mr. Belfield, I couldn't agree with you more. I'm just amazed that anybody could even utilize the word partisan in a discussion on this particular item. It doesn't seem to be near as much at certainly not on a local level, not that much on a state level, but certainly on a national level.
Well, it is, yeah. In some states, it
May be some states. I really hadn't picked it up too bad in North Carolina, because I've kind of watched for that thing.
Yeah.
It looks like they've all worked together reasonably well.
It seems to.
Yeah, it does.
But you know how things catch on, what's going on in some states.
Yep.
And it looks like they're not saying it's partisan,
Right.
but the things they're saying and the actions they're taking, like they pushing it in that direction.
Right. I think
if we aren't careful, the Congress going to end up getting like that.
Well, they certainly can, and they seem to be the ones that would do it the quickest. My concern, quite frankly, in watching Nash County local is, I don't quite understand the difference in the, where our reported cases are as it reflects the minority community. I mean, we got a large percentage in black population. I don't quite get that. I know it's now got Mr. Hill's attention as well. So I hope we determine what that may well be. I don't know whether it's overall health or, I don't get that, quite frankly.
Well,
could you enlighten me any on that?
It did say minorities with other issues, health issues. High blood pressure.
Right.
And also, what was the other one that left me all at once? But anyway, there are some other health issues that make them more vulnerable to catching this virus and not surviving. Because of those other health issues. And we've had here in this area 3 National Edgecombe that was the case.
Right. You mean
And
3
so-
non-survivors?
Right.
Okay.
So,
But like out of the 103 now, I think he reported this morning, there were, I think there are 20 Caucasians, which it doesn't match our population
but
at all.
the survival rate is not as high among African Americans as it is among whites here in this state.
Sure. Okay.
And it's also in some of the other states too, when you trace them state by state.
I hadn't really looked at that. I was just really looking at the numbers Mr. Hill was reporting. And of course, some counties do not
I believe he
report that
said,
information.
I think, as I recall, we're 8%, 18 or 8% of the local cases, which is under, that is under the percentage of the population here in Nash County of African Americans.
Right, it is. Okay. All right, any other comment from commissioners? I just had 2 brief things I'm going to mention very quickly. You know, I'm always tracking our monthly report from the inspection department. I guess due to the industry I'm in, but more so as it relates to, it's always an ongoing economic development asset to the county. But this, you recall in March, we had 36 new homes. In April, even with the beginning of April, things slowed down quite a bit. We still had 30 new home permits during the month of April. Again, if you run that number out through a year's process, and Adam did give us an update for the year to date, and we had 283 new home permits for the year thus far. But given that, like 30, if you just look at, and I apologize for being a number guy, but if you look at 30 in the month of April, that's basically a new house a day. New house a day is 365 a year. You take the average price of what he had over there, it gives you $62 million in increase in your fixed assets for the county. So and that equates to $415,000 worth of new income, Mr. Lamb. So it's just a very important part. We do have now a very good inspection department, I think, that works with the builders very well, tries to keep them moving, and I greatly appreciate all that's been done for that. But until I really started thinking about it, it's an economic engine driver for industrial and our tax base that I really wouldn't have thought would have been that much. But it's, you know, you think about it, it's unusual that we're going to land a $62 million business in a year's time through there. So all we can do to keep that going would be greatly appreciated. The only other thing I wanted to address is I had asked the Board of Commissioners to approve us sending a letter to the governor asking his consideration to move forward with opening up more of our local businesses, particularly our small businesses. I've sent that to each one of you. Numerous ones of you gave me things you'd like to see changed about it. I've taken all those changes into effect. I also talked to Mr. Hill about it, and he's had a little input on this as well. Mr. Belfield gave me one more change he'd like to see after my last edition of it. I've noted that on here that I'm going to change, of course, before it goes out. But with that said, if you got any questions on it, if not, I'd just like to get I guess, for lack of a better word, permission to go ahead and send this to the governor once I make this small correction here.
Mr. Chair?
Any comments? Yes, sir, Mr. Belfield.
I was just looking at one other word on here.
Yes, sir.
A phrase, where it said at the end, troubling waters. To me, and I don't know how the others feel, I would say troubling times rather than using water.
I guess waters came from
Navigate.
navigation, exactly. You know, it's synonymous. It doesn't particularly matter to me which one of those you got. I just wanted to offer Nash County's help to the governor since it is his home county. If there's anything he sees we might could do. I think we've done a great job in Nash County monitoring this situation, doing the things that can help it as much as we have, and quite frankly, I think a model of the state for what Mr. Hill and the EMS department has led, and of course our managerial staff. Any other comments, questions? All right, I'm gonna move forward with getting that to him then, if that's okay. And it just basically, for the ones that may be watching this, is just encouraging the governor. I continue to get calls from our small local businesses wanting us to do anything we can. Mr. Outlaw had a call from a lady in your district last night, said that Wake County had done away with their stay-home order and wanted to know if Nash could do that like Wake County did. Of course, I got back with her and pointed out that couldn't be quite right because they really can't do that, but she still encouraged me to do anything we could to move forward with this, because it certainly affected our small homegrown businesses at a rate more than it has nationally owned businesses and so forth. But there again, we've also got to take into account what the professionals tell us to do too. But this is just a strike at, hopefully, I think more than anything else, maybe getting him to stick with Friday being a beginning of a phase to back us back out of what we're in, if nothing else. All right, Mr. Lamb, that's the commissioner's reports. I'll turn it over to you for the manager's report, sir.
Yeah, I'll shorten it up a little bit. Of course, just want to report we are having these daily COVID-19 response meetings. We started on March the 11th and went to Teams on March the 19th, and we've been doing it every day ever since, including Saturday and Sundays. 11 o'clock each day except Sunday at 2 o'clock. We've sent invitations to join us to 109 different individuals, and department heads, commissioners, town and city managers, mayors, council members, and also the presidents of our 2 colleges. We get a daily date from Bill Hill, Brent Fisher, Brandon Medina, and now Trillium, when they can be here, be on the call. We're also conducting our weekly, we're having weekly department head meetings using Teams also. It's worked out really well. I don't know, people are more willing to talk. I guess when they're not in a big crowd, we're getting a lot of response from our department heads, a lot of information, which is good. Stacy's also having a support meeting every once or twice a week just to deal with employee morale and anxiety and things that are bothering people about this whole pandemic. Also, I was on the John Check show last Monday night. It's an hour-long discussion, talked about finances and also COVID-19. The Emergency Service Department and the Health Department have had local support and goodwill extended to them by Domino's Pizza, Saul's Pizza and Subs, Nashville Baptist Church, Benvenue Country Club, which was paid for by private citizen, Proctor's Chapel Baptist Church, and also Arby's of Zebulon. They provided food for these workers on various occasions, and we thank them for that. As you're aware, we will recess today's meeting and hold a one-day budget retreat here in this room tomorrow, beginning at 9 o'clock. We will hear from Nash Community College and also the Nash Rocky Mount School System. And we will be recessing today's meeting. And then the plan is to cancel the second meeting in May, which is scheduled for the 18th at 1:30. I was going to go into our finances a little bit as a precursor for tomorrow's meeting. Just let me say, though, that we've talked about the motor vehicle delay. We might see some drop of revenue there. March sales tax came in on the 1st, or we got notified of it, that they come in by the 10th. But March was actually on par with prior years. It was about $1.2 million. I'm concerned still about April. I don't know if this is mail ordering. A lot of people were doing stuff online. But March ended up being a lot better than we anticipated. Again, April is our fear. But we have lost court facility fees, sheriff fees, although the concealed weapon permits are up. Athletic fees, ambulance fees, we're behind from last year. Investment earnings, where we budgeted $750,000, and we're anticipating about $600,000 by the end of the year. Luckily, we had already bought our paper, our commercial paper, and most of it becomes due in June. So before the bad economic times, we had invested a lot of our money to mature in June. So, but we're still going to be down what we were hoping for. And also Ag Center rent has been down. Farmers Market for private events is down a little bit. But you know, I will go more into these things tomorrow, but so far, it's not been as bad as I anticipated, but we haven't seen April numbers yet, and that could be telling. So that's all I have.
All right, any questions of Mr. Lamb on his report?
I do have a question.
Yes,
You mentioned athletics fees. I had a child in spring athletics, and I paid, but, you know, I guess, are we waiting a decision about that? Or, you know, at what point do they make a decision about spring sports and refunding or not refunding sport fees?
I believe they are following what the state recreation group is doing, and I have not gotten an update on that. I'll have that for you tomorrow.
That might be, I know they have an email listserv that might be useful to send out to parents, just an update so they know what to expect there.
Sure. Yeah, I'll find out what I can for tomorrow.
Other questions? All right, we'll move on then. Janice, what, are we having lunch or not having lunch?
We are having lunch. It's located in the library. We have both doors open where you can go through, pick up your sandwich, and if you want to come back in here and have lunch.
So you want to have lunch in this room?
I think that would be best for social distancing.
Okay, all right. And then we'll go to closed session immediately after that. So
if you would prefer not to eat in here, we could spread out in both of those rooms, the library and the commissioners'
conference room.
If you want to just take about a 30-minute break and.
Where's closed session at? Here, back in here.
Can we eat and work?
Yeah,
What now?
eat and work.
He can keep going? Okay. All right, so, what we'll do then is we will, go in, I'm gonna ask for a motion to go into closed session. I will notify the public that we'll probably be about 15 minutes starting that closed session. Of course, they really won't be watching it anyway, so they're not concerned about it. After the closed session, Mr. Lamb, do you anticipate, for the benefit of reporters or the public, any action to be taken after closed session? I don't have my list of closed sessions.
I don't believe so. We will, if for any reason anything does get voted on, we would certainly contact the reporters this afternoon.
Well, of course, we'll be opening back up in the regular session, and we would be doing it at that time. Not sure how long that would be. I anticipate the closed session to take maybe as much as an hour, and then we would come back in the open session, and then we would immediately take action on those closed session items if we would have any, or we will be recessing until in the morning at 9 o'clock for our budget meeting. So at this time, the closed session will be for economic development, matter of attorney-client privileges, and there is one personnel item on there as well. I'd entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Wells. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Thank you. Take a small recess, and then we'd come back in for closed session. We just are coming out of our closed session, and we did not have any action in closed session. Really nothing to report to the board, to the public at this time. And any other item to come before the board by any board member or staff? If not, I'd entertain a motion to recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And the purpose of that meeting, of course, will be to begin the review of our budget for the 2021 budget season coming up. And we will be in this room under the same format with 8 or 9 people in the room, and bringing in the presenters and keeping the total number under 10 at all times. With that said, I'd entertain a motion for recess.
I move that, Mr. Chair, that we recess our meeting until tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Okay, have a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Ms. Wells. Any questions on the motion? Mr. Lamb, do you have any idea the length of the time it would take tomorrow? Are we talking about half a day, full day?
I would,
Ms. Richardson told me to ask you that question.
I would think it'll be shorter than today.
All right,
I would say it's going to be like 4 or 5 hours.
4 or 5 hours, okay.
Or maybe no more than 4, no more than 4 hours.
Well,
We're basically going to bring you some expansion items, and then we're going to give you the budget for you to look at later and discuss a few things, but.
well, take all the time you need. I'm not saying that. I'm just going to try to give the board a little bit of idea how long you'll be here. Sounds like you'll be here maybe shorter than a day, but could be up to the length of time.
3 o'clock.
Yeah, no more than 3.
Okay, 3 o'clock.
Hold you to it.
Well, Mr. Davis, that's better than 3 days, isn't it?
I don't know. I kind of like the budget retreat myself, but that's just my number problem I get. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. We stand recessed.